Amazing? Good to hear. Before I will invite the presenter here, I would like to have a quick poll with you here. So please go to Slido because there is one question that I would like to get answer from you. The question is, how did you sleep? And the options are like little baby. Second is not great, not terrible, 3.6. Third option is would I sleep? And the fourth is I was tortured by a snorer. So oh. Wow. We are finally getting answers that there is some good night's sleep, so that's beautiful. But otherwise, right? of the year by audit committee, and after that the program will follow as it was presented before. The audit of the year is not going to have question round. However, you can approach them if you have any questions during lunch or coffee break. Okay? And yes, the program is going. The afternoon program is going to be the same basically as it was proposed in the preparation package. So the candidate presentation will start at 3 p.m. with Veronika Polchová, candidate for president. Are there any objections? No? Beautiful. Okay. Therefore, I'm giving space to audit committee to present the audit of the year 2023.
Hello everyone, second try. I guess for the sake of saving some time, we could just end it here, right, and go home. All right, so the presentation or the report of the audit committee from the year 2023. So we really like to recycle our presentations, you know, save the carbon footprint. So you might recognize some of these slides from the NA. No, the previous one. The NA, which was organized by VŠE here in Prague. I don't remember the name anymore, sorry. Nahrad. Perfect. So, not who is the audit committee, but who was the audit committee. Well, it was these three lovely people, myself included as the main auditor, Mishka here as the financial auditor, and Gabi, who is not here today, as the procedural auditor and also the vice head of the audit committee. Now, we have done a lot of beautiful things, but our time has passed, right? So why are we here again? Well, because we are obliged to do so. Yeah. We are not that happy about it, but well, we went with it like when we were elected and when we applied. So, based on the Article 12 of the Standing Order 5 Audit Committee, no, 4. Which one is it? Przemek, I need help. 4, I think it's 4. 5 is Code of Ethics. We are obliged to present an annual report at the first assembly after the end of our mandate. So here we go. Now, yeah, here we go. Now, we have to report 2 things. The first one is an overview of any deficiencies, observations, ideas, and suggestions of procedure, financial, and other nature. It's quite long. Yeah, so we have been active, or we were active in the election to the National Board 2023-24. It was basically the first thing we did right after being elected because we were elected quite late. And yeah, we are basically the responsible body for announcing the elections and running the question round. We introduced a new concept of running the question round because we didn't feel like it fit such an esteemed organization to hold the question round on Facebook. So also Facebook is for old people now, right? So no one is on Facebook anymore, except me and Tete. But we are fossils. And yeah, so we decided to go with the Google form. It wasn't that, like, there are some things which were impractical. I will like address that later, or Mishka will. But basically, it more or less worked. People had a chance to just ask questions any of the candidates. They had to do it multiple times if they wanted to ask the same question every candidate, which was annoying to some. But it was easy to moderate and to like create an overview. And also we were elected as the electoral committee or commission. So we also handled or moderated the discussion with the section representatives during the actual NA. Regarding another activities we were involved in were definitely the changes in the standing orders and statutes of ESN CU. We actively participated during the calls. Some of them were quite long, and I have a lot of fun, thanks to Maruška and Przemek. And we tried to react at the suggested changes rather than to come up with new ones. And of course, we were participating with finalizing the changes, and then it was presented, and luckily approved at NA's Bradavice 6 months ago. One more thing we also reacted to was the cancellation of NA February, because we were actually approached by the National Board prior to the announcement. They asked us about our opinion. We tried to present that we do not feel like it should be, or we don't think it should be cancelled because of the aforementioned reasons. Also, these reasons were presented in our email after the announcement of cancelling the assembly. We also suggested that this such change, if it's permanent, and based on the pre-NA call, I guess it's permanent now, because it was mentioned then there that we have only 4 NAs per year. Well, it used to be 5. Well, actually it used to be 6 in 2018, but whatever. And so we still think that it should be somewhat discussed in the network. But well, the National Board decided to cancel it. It's in their rights, so it's perfectly okay. It's not like we. Yeah. All right. And then we should also report the statistics on all submissions sent to the audit committee, which luckily there were none. So I guess the network was in such a good shape that we didn't have anything to go through or to address. All right, so that's it regarding the last year. And of course, since the new audit committee was elected for the year 2024, I would like to pass my word to Mishka, and she will present the new one.
Okay, so here we go, new year, new audit committee. So this year I am the main auditor of the audit committee of Czech Republic. Here Kuba stayed on the position as a procedure, and we have also Martin Mičic, who is not unfortunately not here, but he is the financial auditor. And what has happened so far? Well, you know, we have the elections of the National Board, and we decided to keep the same system with the G forms as Kuba presented about the question round, which is working quite good. And this year we received a lot of questions, really a lot, but we proceed with them very easily, so that's why we will be keeping this tool for the future, I believe. In total, we received 178 questions asked from 18 members of the network. And here you can see some increase, that it was increased by 20% in comparison to the last year. And here you can see some statistics regarding each candidate. So you can see that the most questions received Verča. Here we have the number of... Well, Przema, I'm very glad that the National Board is very active, especially during the question round. And also, if you want to see all those answers, you can go just to the link tree and you will see the overview that Kuba made as the PDF, so you can go through all the answers that were questioned. Here you can see the number of questions per each participant with the distinction of the candidates.
Can I have one word?
Yes.
I really like if you notice questions for Filip Marek. Maruška, thank you.
Yes, that's what I mentioned already. If you have no idea what were the answers, please check the link tree. Here's the PDF, so you can go through all the questions, so you will not have to ask again the same ones during the presentation of the candidates.
Yeah, also, the QR code doesn't work. Don't try.
And what about the proceeding according to the Article 8? So we received one complaint about the fulfillment of the duties of or responsibilities of several NB members. It was very, very easily. It was very well. It was done, and the NB was contacted. And they updated the action plan. So if you wanna see what the NB is up to, and if they are keeping the action plan still on, you can follow the link of the action plan and track all the changes that had been made. And we had some changes about the code of conduct that we were part of the working group. We participated actively in the calls. Also, we had one session in Prague with section representatives and people interested in this topic, which was very nice, and it was held by Maruška and Přema. And we also we participated with the finalization of this document. So I believe that's it, and thank you for your attention. If you will have any questions, please approach us, because there's no time, right, for the questions? So please approach us, and we will gladly answer all your questions. Good.
Thank you so much, Miška and Kuba. And now I would like to invite here Přema and Maruška to present legal documents changes.
So, hello everybody. I hope you are very much prepared for this presentation. I don't see any no's, that's good. So, let's get to it. So, as you can see, this is my favorite topic. I think this is the best presentation we have today. Sorry, candidates. And we will see what we are offering to you. So, we've been digging into the legal documents again. We completely redid our code of ethics or code of conduct, and we found some more problems or like just little discrepancies in statutes and internal rules, or formerly known, or actually known as standing orders, maybe futurely known as internal rules. So what we've been doing there? So we did code of conduct, of course, but what were we doing, right? We had code of ethics, which was standing order 5, or it is still, sorry. I'm talking in future. I hope this will go through, sorry. So, so why did we revise it? Because according to us, it was maybe not sufficient. So we wanted to make it more robust, make sure all the procedures are in order, so that if something happens, you know who to contact, what can happen, and why it happened, basically. So hopefully, if this will be approved, it will work from Monday, because you will vote on it tomorrow. But now, when I'm talking like, yes, this is something what we did, let's delve deeper into the actual changes. So first of all, we renamed Code of Ethics to Code of Conduct, because we found this name a little bit unfortunate. First of all, we had like, Code of Ethics, ESN CU, and Code of Conduct, ESN International, so it will be Code of Conduct. After the consultations, our Code of Conduct is stricter than the Code of Conduct of ESN International. So now you can just read ours and you will be good to go. Right? That's great. You don't have to read 2 documents, but 1, if you approve it, of course. We had Code of Ethics. Why was it not up to the Code of Conduct of ESN International? That's easy, because it is older. Code of Conduct was approved on GA Sakarya in 2022 for ESN International, and we had Code of Ethics even before. So we needed to update it, of course. But, so what did we actually do? Can you raise hands who read it? Oh, really? Should I check afterwards who read it? Because I can see it. No, we will see. So can you raise hands again? Good, good, nice, very nice. All right, I'll pass the word to my expert for the legal stuff to describe you what is happening in Code of Conduct itself.
Thank you, Přema. So basically not all of you read it, but actually this will apply to all of you, which is why we made this presentation quite detailed, so you know what you're going to be facing, probably from Monday, maybe. Okay, so anything related to ESN CZ, anything related to our activities, their planning, communication, that is related to ESN CZ, all of this actually applies on our code of conduct, and all the sections and individuals are involved. We decided to mention our values in the code of conduct. For sure, no bullying, harassment, or violence will be tolerated. And we want to respect inclusion and personal dignity. So everyone should show respectful communication and conduct to each other. Now, I would like to ask people in the front row to help me out. Okay, we decided to define some forms of discrimination. And since it's a list and it's kind of boring, you know, for me to read, let's just read it like one by one. So Petya, you can start.
H.
Shout.
H.
Go on.
Physical or mental disadvantage.
Yes.
Education or socioeconomic background.
Ethical value system or political opinion.
Religion.
Okay, again. You have a long one, sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Sex and sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender.
Yeah. That's okay. David.
Race, nationality, ethnicity or origin.
Perfect.
Language and literacy.
Who wants to go next? Petya.
Decision to consume or not consume addictive substances, namely alcohol.
Positions and experience within ESN CZ.
Okay, thank you so much. Stay aware, okay? There's more coming. We also decided to define unwanted behavior in online or offline, verbal or nonverbal attacks and forms. Basically anything that can cause physical or psychological harm, distress or discomfort can actually be considered unwanted behavior in our context. And anything that, you know, threatens the honors of others or creates an intimidating, humiliating or hostile environment. So what types of unwanted behavior, but not only those, does our code of conduct know? Should we go from the other round?
Physical violence. Passive and open aggression.
Harassment.
Extortion.
Threatening.
Intimidation.
Okay, go.
Defamation.
Ridicule.
Constant and unjustified criticism.
Unreasonable, unrealistic requirements and goals.
Pressure to be inclined to political or religious values.
Perfect. Okay, so this is what we don't want, right? But like, who are we gonna tell that this is happening? We are calling these people procedural authorities. So we have some contact authorities, which are people that you can reach out to and say like, okay, guys, I think something is happening and it's not right. So basically you can approach any of these guys. You can approach the safety team, electoral commission, chairing team during NAs, these people, the national board or the audit committee, which are the guys that were presenting before us, if they are present. And this is like ascending hierarchy. So like the people with, let's say, most power are the audit committee, and then, you know, it's going from there. The decision-making body of this process is the audit committee, and the appellate body is the arbitration board of ESN International. So just to briefly establish safety team, because, you know, you have seen the presentation of safety team yesterday, but like still safety team is such a nice thing, but we don't have it in any legal document so far. So we would like to establish safety team for like all offline events. So at each time you have space and you have people to reach out to in case of crisis. So the safety team should be appointed by the OC of each event, and you know, the people that are signing up for the safety team should be aware that you know, they should be able to solve critical situations. Okay, so basically all of you, any of you, can actually suspect a violation of the code of conduct. So like you can, you know, realize that something is happening and it's it's like weird, you don't think it's right, and you can actually like make a complaint to one of these people, to the contact authorities, like any of them. And you know, you can just say it, or you can write it. You can write it by hand, or you can write it digitally. And you, as well as the victim, because that doesn't have to be the same person, you can remain anonymous. And the contact authority is the one that you know, proceeds with like the communication with the victim and with the suspect individually, of course. And it's the one who decides whether the code of conduct has been violated. We also put, like, if possible, not individually, because we think that this decision shouldn't be made by like one person. So, you know, more people should gather and make the decision together. And the contact authority is the one that should ensure that the venue is safe and call the police in case of danger. Okay, like, not only can something bad happen, but actually there should be like punishment for it, kind of. So we also stated some sanctions. Actually, the sanctions are going to be imposed by the audit committee. So, like, after the contact authority, you know, notes that there was some kind of violation of the code of conduct, they will just pass all the information and all the details and stuff like that to the audit committee, and the audit committee is the one to make the decision. And they can, like, give warning. They can exclude someone from an event. They can also prohibit the person to participate in any activities related to ESN CZ or organized by ESN CZ. They can, of course, remove access from all the communication channels and knowledge databases, and yeah, actually also dismiss them from the position that the person is in, and or, you know, in case of like the worst case, they can also propose expulsion of a member, which means a section. They can propose an expulsion of a section from ESN CZ. This is the harshest sanction. And like, of course, it's not gonna be I think it's not gonna be the one imposed most often. This is something that will just be a proposal and maybe will, you know, only happen in case like multiple people from the section somehow make a violation of the code of conduct or like something really severe, and still it's just going to be a proposal. So like the expulsion of a section is always voted on by the NA, so it's not like, you know, the audit committee says, okay, get out. So like, don't worry. Of course, the audit committee, while, you know, picking the sanction, will always take into account the seriousness of the act, the intentionality of the fault, like previous violations, the position of the accused. The position is there because, like, you know, in order to like put someone out of the office, you need to know that they are in the office. So just in this case, they will also consider the amount of the evidence and the credibility. The audit committee will follow, you know, the principles of fair hearing, adequacy of the sanction, and the fact that similar cases should be treated similarly or equally, and transparency of the justification to the suspect. So once the audit committee gives a sanction, they will inform the accused about the sanction in writing. So like they will deliver some kind of a written message, can be digital probably, and they will prepare an anonymized report to the network. Actually, they will like present the sanctions during a presentation like the one that was before us by the audit committee. Like they will make a report, and they will even inform the section where the person is from. We decided to put this in because like if the person is expulsed from all ESN CZ events and they still keep applying for the events, like the president should know that this person should not apply anymore because like they were granted this sanction, that's why. Okay, if the person that got the sanction is not really like, doesn't think the sanction was just, they may appeal to the arbitration board of ESN International within the 2 weeks that they got the sanction. To have like a truly impartial body in the process, you can reach out to all the way to ESN International. So this is a graphics that Mishka made for us. It's just to like visualize the process for you guys a little bit. It was also shared with you. So like just briefly, anyone can notice that something is happening and they can like witness it and they can tell it to like the national board, OC, electoral committee, And then the national board or like other contact authorities will decide that, this was done and this was not okay, and like this was the violation. And then they will just like put all the details to the audit committee to make the decision. And then if the suspect doesn't agree with the sanction, they can approach the arbitration board. And then the audit committee lets the president know, like the president of the section. So that was just a quick recap. Shema, do you want to switch? Okay, I'll continue. Okay, so we also have this one article in the Code of Conduct for you guys, for the sections, to know how the Code of Conduct of ESN CZ applies to your local activities. So the thing is, from the position of ESN CZ, we cannot really reach out to like local events and stuff like that. We don't have permission for that because you are like independent organizations legally. So like you as sections are supposed to create a safe environment for your volunteers and for your international students, but you should enforce the code of conduct and define your own procedures and sanctions that should follow this document. And you should also designate the contact authority of some sort. Like I put just some ideas. You could designate the local board, local safety team of the event, local audit committee if you have one, and announce it to the participants so that everyone knows who they can approach in case of crisis. By the way, like if you don't really feel confident in reporting this to your local section, to like your local board, for example, because the local board is involved in the violation, you could reach out to the audit committee of ESN CZ directly, and the audit committee may impose a sanction with consent of the victim, and the section is expected to follow the proposal. So from my observation, I think most sections don't have the code of conduct these days, like not in this specter, and I think it's really a problem for the safety of our volunteers and international students, which is why if there's like, we've already had discussions, and I know that some sections are very interested, but we will have discussions tonight as well. If you guys feel like it, I can also create, in the following month, I can also create a code of conduct for sections and just send it to you via email, and then that's gonna be up to you as sections if you wanna adopt it. Because I know that legal documents are not the main priority of sections, you have other stuff to do. But still, I would like to make it easier for you to implement a thing like this in your local level as well, because I think this is very important, so that everyone feels safe.
And now to just quickly go through the other changes that we made in other legal documents. So those are mostly some technicalities. So we had a proofreading from the Communication Committee of ESN International, and they recommended us some changes regarding the article usages and stuff like that, so we did that. Then, since we transitioned from standing orders to internal rules, which makes more sense if you translate it from Czech, and also ESN International transitioned from standing orders to internal rules. It's a little bit complicated there, but they want to transition, they transitioned the first part. So we made a step to do this already. So now we won't have SOS anymore, so people won't be like, oh, it's a distress call. No, it's not. It will be sir, so people will be confused even more. And either way, SOS did not make it's like statutes, orders, standing, standing orders, statutes, well. So we would like to proceed with sir. Of course, this will not be a thing that will be very fastly adapted. We can see the example of ISC, right? Everyone calls it ISC still, sorry. And then we changed the shortcut of ESN ISBL, how we call it, to ESN International, because they stopped calling themselves ESN ISBL in their legal documents already, so it is either in their documents ESN or ESN International. So that's what we changed. Those are the main things, and then some punctuation other articles, but nothing that important in the other documents. We also changed the name in the English version because we feel like even in English version the name should be still the same. Sorry, Vercha, I know that you changed it last year to that thing, but we decided to change it back because it's never enough to make circles, right? So we feel like this should not be translated since our official name is Erasmus Student Network Česká republika, zapsaný spolek. And the Czech version is the one that we still follow. So, and then we made changes since we renamed Code of Conduct, Code of Ethics to Code of Conduct, the Standing Order 5 to Code of Conduct, as I said. There was also a Code of Ethics of the Audit Committee members, so we renamed it to Code of Conduct as well. So we have like one name for everything.
Okay, my thank you time. I really enjoyed this. So I just decided to write down the people that have been helping us throughout the whole process. I don't know if I have time. No, I don't. Okay. So just like briefly, I would like to thank Plchu personally because she checked that the Czech version and the English version of the statutes and standing orders are like the same ones, which we weren't sure if that's the case. And then I would like to personally thank Miška for creating the nice graphics, and Přema because he's doing so much for ESN we don't even know it. But also to like the entire working group. And I would also like to thank personally to Joanna from Comcom. She has been working insane with the proofreading process of our statutes and standing orders, so nice. Now they're really like nice and neat and formatted in a very nice way, so thanks to her as well. Thank all of you guys who came to the legal picnic. I really enjoyed this event. I think it was the highlight of my mandate and it was great to see you. That would be all from us. We are looking forward to your questions.
Well, before you can write your questions already, but I would like to thank Maruška because she was working like crazy. She was coordinating our working group. She was making all the official drafts. So it was a lot of work. So I would like one applause just for her, please. Thank you. Now is the time for questions.
All right. Thank you so much. Guys, you already know the drill. There are already some questions on Slido. There are 4 questions. So we got Tete, then Luboš, again Tete, and again Luboš. Is there anyone else putting down questions? Okay. So after the first question, I will propose to close the speakers list, but for now, okay, you can write. Okay, so Tete, the floor is yours.
Now, I have a procedure before. Would it be possible to just screen the questions on the slides and you read them? Since we are writing them on Slido, it could save us some time. But in the meantime, I will continue with my question. And the first one that I put is, how do you ensure that the safety team is able to solve crisis situations?
All right. So how to ensure it? We believe that our safety teams are led by someone competent. Right now we have for a few events Terka, which we believe she's very well versed in these situations, as she's doing it professionally as well. We believe that the safety team should be properly trained before the event, before each event, because the safety team might be different each event. So that is something we should work for before each event. So that is something that we would like to have. Terka also made already some guidelines for the safety team. So these are the steps that we are already taking.
I would just like to say that in the article with the safety team, like at the beginning it was really long. It was like double the amount of, like words. But then we were like, okay, let's just keep it plain at the beginning and see how, it develops, because the standing orders and like the legal documents are, changing all the time according to the reality of the network. So this is just the kickstart and we're ready for more changes.
Thank you. There are questions. The last one is from Barbara Králíčková. Therefore, I propose to close the speakers list. Are there objections? Oh, okay, there are objections. Okay. So the last question is going to be from Kuba. Are there any objections? I don't see any. Therefore, I'm closing the speakers list. And now, Luboš.
Okay, I have Luboš, ESN CU Prague. I have a question. For deciding how to deal with the rule breaker, do we have a presumption of fault or presumption of innocence?
Well, generally, of course, everywhere there is a presumption of innocence, but we should be still trying to properly get to the root of the cause. So, but there is a presumption of innocence, of course.
So my next question is, how are you planning to support sections so that they understand what the code of conduct is really about and how does it apply to their realities?
Okay, so we've had a legal picnic where we've talked to sections for half a day about just code of conduct, and we are having a project session today where we're also reaching 100 of volunteers to talk about the code of conduct. But of course there will have to be a lot of sessions and a lot of discussions about this, because this is a huge change. This is the first change or implementation of process in legal documents in ages, I think. So yeah, it's gonna take time for sure, but we are very open to discussion and to hearing all of your concerns and stuff like that.
Okay, Luboš, ESN CU Prague. When audit committee makes a decision about, let's say, me, then I decide to take it to the arbitration board. In the meantime, can I act like it was before, or am I excluded for the time being?
The process shouldn't take that long, because you are supposed to reach out to the arbitration board in 2 weeks. And then from my experience, they are within a few hours, they are responding. So shouldn't be that long, also considering that the ESN CZ events are usually not that close to each other. We wouldn't suspect you, I would say, we would wait.
But I would like to add, if you were reported, maybe you should think if you did something real wrong, and if you were convicted by the audit committee, maybe you should be a little bit on how do you say, cautious about your action in the meantime, because you are not sure if you did it wrong or not. So maybe it would be better to be perfectly sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to let's say I did something on the first day on the NA, that someone decide to exclude me if I have to leave the NA. Or I just can suddenly send it to the arbitration board and then wait. Then I can still be there or leaving now. Just question.
It's a common question. I have been asking that myself many times.
I'm sorry if I didn't hear it, because from this side I don't hear your answers properly. But basically, if the audit committee comes with the solution for some kind of issue, it applies immediately. And if that person is not satisfied with this decision and is going to arbitration board, they have to wait for that decision as well. But the active, I don't know how to say it, but active decision, the applicable decision is from the audit committee, so it should be applied. And also arbitration board, as the answer to this issue, if you're complaining to audit committee, they will set the rules of the waiting period between the decision being made and the decision that audit committee did. Is it understandable? I hope.
And I would like to add that we still, in our terms and conditions for each event that you sign, we are still able to expel you from the event, even ourselves, if you are not behaving to the agenda and harmonogram and standards of the event.
Teresa Otzova, ESN CU. Do you think that the safety team should be somehow connected in the future more to the national level of ESN CU?
I think we are really glad if we have OCs. We would be thrilled if we had safety team, but it's not the reality right now of the network, unfortunately.
Julian, ESN Switzerland. Is there anything specifying that the safety team will cover a variety of gender identities so as to be as accessible as possible?
Okay, so this is one of the parts that we actually excluded from like description of the safety team at last, because we did have like, let's say, we named a few positions that we wished to be covered by the safety team. We had gender equality, we had psychologists, we had like, medical staff, but then this rarely happens. We usually, like in most cases, we are not able to cover that. So I think that Terka can approve and she will have a reaction. It's really nice to have guys in the safety team because of, like physical strength, but usually it's mainly girls. So it would be really nice, but once again, like we don't want to be that strict at the beginning of the whole process and implementation.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a very, very difficult topic because as well we have to take into consideration that the genders are now quite a big topic and we are having more and more and more. And taking that into consideration, we would have to have the safety team at least, I think, 20 members to be able to cover it, at least a little bit. So yeah, so far we are glad that we have someone in the safety team.
If sections decide to create their own safety team, should it anyhow differ from the concept of we have on the national events? And if so, how?
No, it shouldn't differ. It's pretty much the same definition in the statute, like in the standing order right now. We think that the definition is broad enough for the sections to, establish the safety team according to their needs. So no, it shouldn't differ.
Kuba, the audit committee of ESN CU. Do you think it would be possible to make the decision of for sections, which are meant for sections or members of sections, legally binding if it was stated as a responsibility of members of ESN CU in the statutes?
Yes, but what will happen if they won't accept the decision? Will we kick them out immediately, or would we vote? It is definitely possible, but right now we don't have the means to properly implement this topic since we have no warning system, and the difference between good and bad section is like in our statutes and standing orders nothing. That means if you are good sections, in papers it's nowhere seen. If you are bad sections, it's nowhere seen. And then if you are very bad sections, you get kicked out. But there is nothing in between, so that's the problem we are currently facing. So if we would implement this as a duty, responsibility, we would need to be able to enforce it. And this is like the expulsion or like proposal of expulsion is the only way we currently have.
But we want to work on it.
But we will work on it.
Thank you so much. That concludes our session. our questions. So thank you very much. And now we got a presentation about Quanti, so please Miška and okay, 1 second. Okay. So yes, we got a presentation from Quanti. So just one sec. Yes. So Pepík and Miška, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Josef. This is Miška. I hope you know her. Some of you know me. I see a lot of sad faces. Could everybody stand up for a moment, please? Okay, so I see some smiles now. Could you turn to your right? Then ask for a consent and do a little massage to the one in front of you. If you don't have anybody around you, just go towards a group of people. Yeah, just. Okay. I hope you are relieved now, so turn to your left and repeat. Okay. Tak ho doběhni, taky nemusí dobat. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for the applause. Okay, let's start with our presentation. Amazing, thank you. At the beginning, I have a small video, so pay attention. I will have then a short quiz for you. Although not everything in the video might be correct anymore.
Programátor se ve svém přirozeném prostředí sdružuje v různě velkých skupinách. Od osamělých samců až po mnohačetné skupiny, čítající až stovky dospělých jedinců. Jeho přirozeným habitatem bývají sklepní prostory, kde programátoři tráví většinu života. Svá hnízdiště zútulňují kelímky od kávy, zbytky staré elektroniky nebo barevnými figurkami fantasy postaviček. Páření programátorů je pro přírodovědce zatím.
Taky tě podobné řeči zvedají ze židle? Ani si nesedej a pojď s námi dělat fascinující věci. V Quanti díky softwarovému vývoji třeba pomáháme dostat humanitární pomoc lidem v rozvojových zemích. Umožňujeme cestovatelům najít ideální dovolenou podle představ. Nebo si splnit své sny a zažít nemožné ve virtuální realitě. A je toho mnohem víc. Třeba e-shop, který spolehlivě doručuje léky ke dveřím tisíců zákazníků. Náš komunikační protokol zase změnil život všem zapomnětlivým lidem. K otevření dveří vám díky němu stačí mobilní telefon. Za všemi těmito projekty stojí vývojáři z Kvanty. Tým pohodářů, kteří promění jakýkoliv nápad v mobilní aplikaci, systémoví administrátoři, machři na e-shopy z Magento týmu, softwaroví inženýři, hardwaroví designéři, zkrátka více než 100 skvělých lidí z týmu Kvanty. Do čeho se pustíme příště? To ještě nevíme, ale možná to budeš právě ty, kdo přijde s novou myšlenkou, která lidem zlepší život. Máme pro tebe volnou židli a hromadu příležitostí. Kvanty. Software, hardware, Davice. A taky Hradec Králové a Brno.
I hope you like that. So, we will be giving out some socks. I hope you are the generation that actually likes socks for Christmas, right? They are special because if you have your feet on the table, everybody they can see a message. If you read this, bring me a matečko. So I hope you will use it later. Do you know when Kvanty was founded? Just raise your hand. It wasn't in the video, so... But I see some people who could know that. Okay, Martinko? No. Hung, you should know that. Yes, that's correct. Do you know how many developers we have? Yes, it's more than 100, but even more. No, we have less than that.
145.
That's getting close.
150.
More.
159.
A little bit more. We're getting there. Yeah. Okay, I think you're in the range of how many we have. We have 180. So socks are yours. How many branches do we have? And we opened a new one this month. I think Emre was first. 5? No. 4, yes, that's correct. We opened a branch in Pilsen this month. And how many students started their career with us? 50? More than that?
80.
More than that? You? That's correct. Since our company started at CTU in Prague, and we are in close cooperation with the CTU, a lot of students, not only from CTU, started their career with us. And how many ESNers are working in Kvanty?
3.
No.
5.
No. Sorry? No, less than that.
50.
No. Yes, that's correct. We have 8 ESNers from 4 sections. Here you can see the amazing people. Well, I'm not sure the Kurt has already updated the name. So I think I have it correct. Okay. Let's continue, since the agenda is a bit late, right? So I will make it fast. We're doing some amazing projects. For example, we're delivering e-commerce solution for Dr. Max. right now they will be starting some marketplaces, so you will not see only their products, but also products from different markets. We cooperated with Red Bull. We are doing interesting projects with people in need, delivering help for refugees, for example, in Syria or other places where they have rough life. We are trying to deliver humanitarian aid through our mobile application. We also created mobile app for vendors. That's better than Hero Hero, so please try that. And we also have some different, very interesting projects and clients. We also cooperate with VR engineers. So if you are into VR, you could like that. Or 2N telecommunications. So for example, if you have any communication device on your house or in an elevator, there is a pretty good chance that we did some work on that too. We have a lot of technologies and partnerships, and we are Quanti. We like students, so if you need internship, if you want your final thesis, or if you want to start your career, because you had enough of different functions and positions in ESN, and you want earn money for that, you can do that at our company. We also had internship from NC State. Here James, who were last year with us, he helped us in sales. So we're not doing only IT stuff. We have also different things that we need to do since our company is growing. So if you are into sales, HR, marketing, there could be a chance for you too. We also support some student events and teams. So for example, University Hockey Team in Pardubice or Czech Faculty Floorball League. So you could see our logo there. If you need support, reach out to us. We might consider that if you don't have any partner in your sport team, for example. That's all for me. If you have any questions, we have like a minute or two. No? Okay. So you can come to me or Mishka if you have any questions. Thank you.
Presentation. Yes, as it was already said, you can approach Josef and Mishka during coffee break or social program. I believe they are going to be there too. So now we are going to have a presentation from Florent Tuzet from Eurocenter. So he should be already on a call with us. So just a second. Hello, Florent, are you there with us? Protože já tě musím...
you can hear me? Super. Great. Okay, super. Thank you. Hello everyone. I hope you see me or maybe the PowerPoint. If we can just maybe start slowly to switch to the slide. If you have it, thank you. Okay, super. So hello everyone. So today I'm working for the company Eurosender. So we are a freight forwarder company. And today I will just take 10-15 minutes of your time to explain what we do, how we work, what we can provide for ESN Czech Republic, and what we can provide for the students. So to start, it's a pleasure to at least meet you online and let you know how we work and what we do. So you can see like few numbers in the first slide about what we have in terms of number coming from our website. So just to let you know that we do have quite some people visiting our website and using our services. So just wanted to let you know that our services are good to use, good for the students, and I hope that I will help you to understand why the student should use them. If we can just move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So basically today I will start slowly by presenting to you about the company Eurosender, about what we do, how we got here, what we provide as services. Then we will go a bit deeper into how the website is used, what you can see on the website when you have an account, all the different services and products that we provide. And then we just have like a quick last word on the customer support service that we have to let you know that the students, once they place an order and everything, they can have our full support. So I think we can slowly start with the next slide. Thank you. So to start slowly, I will not go through all the points. I will mostly let you know that the company Eurosender is turning 10 years old this year, so it's pretty good. We come from far, and we did a nice path, and we grow our collaboration, we grow our services and everything that we provide for the students and for other people using our company. So basically, as you can see, we start slowly and we grow up times after time by finding new partners, by finding new investors, and launching new services. So I will just stop, for example, on the packages, because the company Eurosender, it has been created basically to help the students. The two creators of Eurosender, they did it because they came back from exchange studies, and they noticed that it was really complicated to send their suitcase packages abroad or to bring it back. So they got the idea to create Eurosender, and that's how it was born 10 years ago. And then, as you can see, like few steps through the years have been made, and then now we provide really like a wide range of services for the students. And I think the one that I will just let you know a bit more now is, for example, the van, the one just before the truck at the end. Why the van? It's because it can be interesting for the students as well when they ship like several packages all together, or a few suitcases, or even for you, if you have an event or anything, then you can reach us and we can help you to ship your items. So this is a bit the story of Eurosender, how it has been created. So the point of it is to basically regroup and create a booking platform for people, and they can just like go on the website and order, and then through our partners we can provide all the solution needed as with really good price. So I think now we can switch to the next slide as well, please. Thank you. So how it works, as I explained, we do work with several courier. We are not the courier company itself, but we have some partners. How we do then to provide you the partner basically is that on our website, through 3 or 4 steps, you will be able to place the order and have everything on your email with all the details. So you will just have to go on the eurosender.com you can switch to another language. You don't need to use only the English. We have different language for the website, and then after, once this is done, you can start selecting the route. So by this, we mean the country of the pickup and the country of the delivery. Once this is done, you will be able to start moving to the next step, which require additional information regarding what you are sending, what is inside, the value of it, and this will help us to determine the price. So the platform is totally automatized. So by adding the details, the price will be calculated automatically. So this is why after we will provide you a range of services regarding what you would like to do. So we have the regular one, the express one, and other different services in the middle. And so the student and you can select what is the best for you, what is the most affordable or the fastest, depends on your need. Once basically you have selected the price, you have entered all the details, you can move to the booking information, select the insurance, and all these details. After it's up to you for the insurance. Once you arrive for the payment process, this is where it can be interesting for you, because as we do have a collaboration together, we do have also a discount code that can be applied by you and by the students to get 10% off. So the point of it is that we have the students moving to their new country or moving back to their home country. So this will be at the payment step. And once everything is done, you will receive all the details through the emails telling you when the courier will come, who will come, and what you have to do, if you need to prepare the packages a certain way or not. So everything will be explained to you. It's really easy to do. Basically, in 5 minutes, if you have all the details, in 5 minutes you can place an order. So for the student, it can be interesting when they don't really want to use time and lose time. Let's say when they're on Erasmus exchange. Also, if we can switch, please. Super, thank you. So, yeah, thank you. So, this is the dashboard. So, as I explained before, you have the possibility to go through different steps until the payment step, and then until the order is confirmed. So, you can do this as what we call, a non-registered customer, or you can as well create an account. Why me? I would recommend you to create an account, for example, as ESN or just as one individual person, is that it will allow you and it will help you to track everything you have made. So it will help you to create new order. You will be able to see the last order you placed, and you will be able directly to have all the contact that you need to be in to reach us and reach the customer support. So it helps you to really have a control on everything you do. And maybe it will be more interesting for you as a local section or on the national level to have an account. So then every time you send something, you will be able to have access to it, see what you have done before, and really have a tracking of it from the beginning until the end. Especially that in your association, how you work, that you are switching regularly the board. So people who are coming, they're not always aware of what you have done before. So it helps you to keep a track of it and know what have been done before you and just proceed for it. So that's why I would recommend it for the local section. For the national level, it can be better also for the students if they want to, but it's not a must. It's just a help. So yeah, can we please as well switch to the next slide? So now this is basically all the services that we have. I will just stop on 3 of them. The one that would be the most related to the students, but I wanted also to yes, thank you. So not this one, the one before, please. Thank you. So what I wanted to explain basically is that we do have a lot of services, because we work with students, we work with individual person, but we work also with professionals. So this is why we had to improve our reach and improve the services that we have. But to focus on the students, to focus on your association and what you do, then what is the most used will be the second service, the packages. So inside the packages, it's of course all the carton box that can be sent, but it will be also related to the suitcase. This is what the students need to use if they want to send their suitcase away or bring it back from their exchange country. So this is the main one. Basically, it works as I presented it before. They just have to measure it, take the weight, put all the details requested, and then the order is placed and someone will come take their suitcase and bring it back home. I would like to let you know that when we talk about packages, even if you are sending a suitcase, even if it's just a backpack that you need to send, please let know the students and please you as well, put it in a carton box, because otherwise the courier will not take it and the courier will refuse to basically just take a suitcase. He will say that it's not properly packed and that it could be damaged or damage the other carton box. So it needs to be in the carton box. I just want to let you know this so that we avoid any issue or misunderstanding later if some people would like to use our services. Now I will come back on the service number 1, so the documents, which is maybe not the most relevant for the student, but that can still be used because it will be related to every paper document. So as you can see, it's explained, so the passport, the contract, letter, and anything. When you're a student, sometimes you do need to send some paper, some document to your home university or to request from your home university to send it back to where you're studying. So this can be interesting. Usually it's express, which means that within 2 or 3 days, the pickup is done and the delivery is done. So it's really fast, it's really easy, and the student can use it. And as I said, it's only for paper documents. So don't put, I don't know, like a key in it or anything unrelated, even if it's a small items, it cannot go through the document. And then I would like to go a bit more also on the service 4, so the van. The van, we call it the van relocation. Basically, it's that driver will come to your address, you will put everything you have in the van, and his job is just to drive directly to the delivery address. For the students, it's not always the most interesting service, but if you are a few students coming from the same city and they have like few suitcases or they have like items a bit bigger that they would like to ship back, in that case, it is totally doable. Like they can put everything in the same truck, in the same van, and it will go to the delivery address. They can organize it or driver. They do like all Europe, so it's not an issue at all. It can be doable. And it could maybe be used also for you, all the SNers, when you have any events or if you have any meetings that you are doing in your city, that you are doing in your country, or between some country, it can be used as well to ship your merchandising, to ship anything that will be used during these events. So this is the main part that I have for the services. After there is the other, but they're not really relevant for you. I just wanted to let you know that we do our professional, we work with a lot of people, and we provide solution for everyone. So if we can also please switch to the next slide. Thank you. Great. So now I will come back to our collaboration. Just a second, please. So I just wanted to let you know about our collaboration. So basically, we do work with you now since a few years, and I wanted to show you what we can bring for the students and what we can bring for the SNers. So we are here to help them, and we are here to help you as well for it. So far this year, we have like 14 orders that have been placed with the code ESN that you're using for ESN Czech Republic. And last year it was 20 in the whole year of 2023. So I think that we're going in the right direction. I think that the collaboration that we do and the collaboration that we have can get bigger, and that we can really help the student, provide them solution to ship home and to go back. So why I'm having this presentation also today is basically to ask you to do it to the student and help them, because that's the point. Me on my side, I can explain to you what we do, but I will need your help to do the presentation and explain to students what we can provide to them. So that's our main goal. That's our main goal, to really provide solution. And if we can just switch to the next slide, and then after I will be done. Okay, so just to finish quickly, as I said, if you have any question, if the students have any question, they can reach us during the business day. So from Monday to Friday, there is no problem, and they can reach us through email during the weekend. We can reply to them. So we do have solution in different languages. So please let them know that if they have any question before shipping, during the shipment, and after, they can reach us, and we're here to help them. If they have any question, you can provide them as well my information. So yeah, this is it. I hope that you understand the message and that you will be able to provide it to the student, to share with them what we can do for them, and that and this is it. This is it. If we can just move to the last slide, so you have all my contact details. Don't hesitate to write to me, to text me if needed, or even call me. And thank you for your time. Thank you for everything. I hope I didn't take too much of your time, and I wish you a nice day to all. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to write to me. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Have a nice day as well. Goodbye.
Driving topic ahead of us, and it is Epic Tale. So, Susanna, welcome on stage.
Hello, hello. Amazing. So many beautiful people. So, my name is Susanna, and I've been in network for quite some time, but let's talk about Epic Tale. In the shadow of Epic Tale, I've been for a year and a half now. So you may have heard me already talking about it, and it was more about the concept of the event, or the timing, the preparations, etc., etc. But today we're gonna see it a bit from a different perspective, because we are having a lot of work. A lot of work was done by the OC of the Epic Tale, and I really want to get it closer to you, the preparation of the first ever national event of ESN Czech Republic. So, to kick it off with some facts, the OC is meeting since the January of this year. Of course, there have been some background preparations for past year, let's say. But the core OC is having currently weekly calls. We are in such daily, pretty much. We are having a lot of messages, a lot of groups. We are having one main group, Telegram channel. You can see that I counted 660 messages just in the main group. Of course, we are having individual conversations and calls, etc., etc. So you see that there is a lot of work behind, a lot of meetings, although we are meeting mainly online, of course, because we are from the different cities and have different responsibilities, etc., etc. But we are also talking about Epic Tale whenever we see each other. So even last week during the EGM, I was talking with people and with some people from OC about Epic Tale. Also today, we are already planning to deal with a few other things from the Epic Tale, etc., etc. So we really live with this right now, and we did a lot of job so far. Imagine that you are organizing events like National Assembly, for example, and imagine you have no guidelines, no. So we started everything from the scratch, all the partnerships, all the internal, external program, even the ideas for the survival guide, even the tips in Ostrava, etc., etc. Everything you can imagine, we did from scratch. So it's pretty demanding, and it's taking us a lot of time and a lot of discussions. But here I put like some numbers, let's say, or some facts that we already were successful in, let's say. So it's all started, or like the registrations were the most important part, let's say. And like we are having pretty nice user-friendly Excel sheets that's probably like most of you already seen, since every section is having like a personalized Excel sheet. And if you would see how many work and how many formatting and everything was done by Hanka and Marcinka, thank you for that. I mean, I counted like so many sheets and forms behind, like when I was checking now the drive. Like, you cannot imagine, like I've never seen Excel being so harassed, like in a good way, of course. So like really thank you for it. And of course, we are having, we needed to come up with like all the graphics, etc., etc. So again, we are having the first logo, we are having the first graphics that you can see on our Instagram. And we are doing some like posts, posting the stories, and you can imagine how painful it is to tag all the sections at every post and at every story. So, so there is a lot of work behind it as well. We got, or like, with big help of Raja, we got like a lot of partners, of course. We are having like 10 plus partners right now, including big names like Time Travels. We are having the Eurocenter as well. We are having Leo Express right now. Etc., etc. We are having some food trucks, bars. We are having like different museums for the program, and like really we are in touch with a lot of people, a lot of partners, and there is like even another tens of them that didn't even reply, but we tried. Regarding the program, as you can imagine, it's a full weekend long event, so there is a lot of things to do for the Friday, for the whole Saturday on a castle, and also on the Sunday. So far, we are having approximately like 10 internal activities that are pretty much done by the volunteers, and we are having also like 9 external activities during the Saturday program on the castle, and it's the like professional group called Rytíři svatého Grálu. But, of course, we did all this together, but it was not always so funny, let's say, because we were facing some issues and a lot of hard decisions we made. Because not everything was like unicorns and rainbow, let's say. So we got to the like points where we were discussing like the possible cancellation of the event, etc., etc. We needed to cut a lot of expenses to be able to make this happen, like throughout the time that we were organizing. So like, for example, the biggest cut was like in one weekend, literally in one weekend, we managed to cut the expenses by 50,000, which was like the crucial point that we were able to like continue with the event. We cut it like some money from the merch. We even cut our beautiful NB members because we are not having enough money to cover the some of the like OC or like volunteer spots. So we even cut the number of helpers, etc., etc. Like a lot of things behind that we needed to cut, but we still managed to make it like amazing, and we still like not missing any people. We are not missing like the merch, etc., etc. So that was really nice. And of course, that's the budget. Then of course we are lacking the participants. Like there was a lot of discussions from the beginning, like how big it should be, etc., etc. And of course we were counting with around like up to 200 participants, which was not as successful as we wished for. I mean, we are having like 10,000 plus Erasmus students. So you can imagine that like 200 was not really like such a huge goal. It was like 2% of our Erasmus students in Czech Republic. But yeah, there was a reality check when we were having like we were having registrations, but we were having no payments, meaning there were like no actual spots. So yeah, that goes hand in hand with the cutting of the budget, etc., etc. We were also counting a bit on our neighbors, like, you know, the neighborhooding countries, etc., etc. But they seem so busy that, like, we were not so lucky with, like, making the cooperations with the neighborhooding ESN countries. But maybe in the upcoming years, you never know. And I want to give a huge shout out to Monča Bartošíková because she invoiced like the most participants. So like most of the spots were not covered by the sections, but it was covered by Monča. So thank you for that. And last but not least, we were having like also some like, we were pretty late, yeah, let's be honest, we are ESNers, we do that all the time. So of course that we were late from time to time also with the promo, etc., etc. And we really did like everything possible, and we are still doing everything possible to make this happen. So we were even like, on the screen you can see the meme that we were promoting even during the EGM, in the EGM spam group, to like get even more and more participants. And we created like even some more. So we are really like doing everything what is in our like capacity and power to make this happen. And those are the beautiful people. Like there are 3 more from the past days. So can you stand up? All the people that are involved in the organization of the ESN Pigtail, the first edition ever. Thank you. Thank you for having all the nerves. And during the event, like during the NA, you can ask them how they feel about it, and they're gonna try to say only the positive things, right? So yeah, thank you so much. We are really like a diverse team, and it's really lovely. And of course, like last but not least, I would like to thank also the sections for promoting it. I know we were not that successful. There was like not like much to promote because it's the first edition, right? So like next editions will be better because we will have some promo materials, even like maybe some after movie, etc., etc. So it will be like even the word of mouth, etc. So let's make it happen this year and let's be even more successful in the upcoming editions. Thank you.
Thank you, Zuzka. I'm opening the speakers list. Let's have like 2, max 3 quick questions, please, because we are behind the schedule. So
you can always ask us also on the corridor during the coffee break, etc., etc.
Yes. Yes. So Emre, please. Yeah. Let's just. Who has a question? Please raise your hand. Okay. I see Richard and someone else. No. So Emre, then Richard, and then speakers of the coast.
NA ESN UCT Prague. First of all, a huge achievement. Congratulations. It's going to be awesome. My question is, of course, and I think after the first event you will have more material from the direct experience, but from the comments we received from the students was it's quite expensive for them. Were you like do you have some kind of ideas for the next edition to make it a little maybe more accessible, or maybe to make it a little more transparent with the budget, so that for them when they see it, it will be like justified?
Thank you for the question. We were talking about this like for like many times. So one of the things is that like to the next years we might be able to attract more partners. So we would like to get the partners with the financial support, right? But like so far, since it's not very well known, the event, etc., like there is no background, no history. So it's really hard to approach the partners right now with like such a small offer as like, okay, we gotta promote you. So like one thing will be definitely partners, and I don't agree with the participation fee because it's the whole weekend where you can get in Europe, like the whole weekend event for such a price. I mean, some of the other national events of other countries cost even like 200, 300 euros, and people buy it. It's all about the name, and it's all about the like brand of the event. So like the brand's gonna get better, of course, that people will be willing to pay like any price. So that's it so far. And I think we have no more questions, right?
From Richard.
Hello. Suzy, Richard, ESN CU in Prague. I just would like to ask you about the accommodation. When we checked it at Google Maps, there was the review like 3.1 with many people referring to some dirt, cockroaches, bed bugs. So why did you why did you decide to choose this accommodation, and did you check what does it look like in reality?
So the question is, why did we choose this accommodation? Because I couldn't hear like all of it.
On Google Maps that there were people like complaining about dirt and bed bugs at the hostel.
Well, pretty much the location and the price was like the main factors that we decided to go with the accommodation that we have. Like from the beginning, of course, it can change during the upcoming years because we were thinking also of like more like a fancy option, less fancy option. But like with this amount of people and with this like range of the event right now, we cannot be really like flexible with the accommodation. So it was mainly because of the location, because it's really close to Stodolny with all the bars, and it's really close to the castle. So it was purely logistical and purely financial decision.
There is a reaction. Martin?
Martin Václavík, Vice Head of OC of ESN Epictail. There is still also a possibility to buy the spot without accommodation and book your own if somebody wouldn't be satisfied with the chosen one. So that's also an option.
So that concludes the speakers list. So thank you, Zuzka, for your presentation. And now I would like to welcome here Monika Bartošíková to tell information about the workshops that are going to happen after the lunch.
Okay, hello again. Not again. I wasn't here. Okay, after lunch, after me there's going to be also announcement, but after lunch there are going to be again the not small sessions but workshops. It's going to be for 2 hours. You can again find all the rooms in agenda. There will slight change the workshop about building resilience from Maggie. The room was changed, so please look at that. And yes, you can find everything in agenda. I will not go through that because we don't have time. And again, please come on time. We should start workshops at 1:15, so please come on time. Thank you and enjoy it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, as it was said, the workshops are going to start at 1:15. So there is, again, slight change in the agenda because of the delay. We got actually now half an hour of the delay. So, yes. Therefore, the candidate presentations will start at 3:20. Okay. We are also going to put the announcement in the chat. Are there any objections? Okay. And now the OC announcement.
Okie dokie, so now it's gonna be the photo time. So please, everyone, once Vercha will say, please leave the plenaries. We will meet outside and together we will go and wait to the Mensa. But we will have the photos time, which is gonna happen in the front of Rudolfinum. It's a very nice place. And we will do only the photo of the NA, the whole photo of all the participants. The group's photo is not going to happen because we have the dedicated time for the lunch. So we don't want to be late as well for the workshops later. So please be fast, don't move slow, and we will go together, all together now to take the photo, and then we will go to lunch.
Okay, let's begin. Thank you. Please sit down. Before we proceed with the candidates, I have some rules that I want to repeat to you. So don't forget, we are using Slido for all our questions. The candidates will be given time of 7 minutes, exact 7 minutes for the presentation. You will see a timer in front of you, so you know how you are on it with the time. When you are asking the questions, please do not ask questions that were already answered during the online question round, as we already repeated to you many times. We will try to control it or avoid giving you space when the question was already answered. However, candidates, if you will hear the question that was already answered, you can just use cover and move on. Okay? The people who are going to be on the speakers list. Okay. The people who are going to be on the speakers list, you are going to see yourself on the screen. Please, when you see that it's your time, like the next question, wave at the OC people in the red hoodies. The one is here in the middle, and the second one is there. So wave at them before your time, okay? So they know where to go. All right. And yes, of course, always be polite. And yes, we still have one baggie from the DZS that we were handing out yesterday. So there is one section that hasn't received its bag. So please, the person, the section representative who didn't receive the bag, please come and take it. Every section representative has received a bag, because one definitely didn't. Okay, we are going to resolve this after. Okay, so now without further ado, it's my pleasure to present to you Veronika Plchová as the candidate for president of ESN CU.
So, hello everyone. I'm here to present my applications for the president of the ESN Czech Republic. I will try to answer you 3 simple questions, and the first one is, who am I? So, my name is Veronika, but my friends, family, and ESN fellows call me Plchu. If you don't know what is Plch, it's this amazing animal. So, aka in English, it's a European dormouse. Out of my ESN life, I'm International Affairs Coordinator in the Czech University in the Rector's Office. And my ESN journey started in 2019. Half a year later, I became a vice president, then a partnership manager, and then, last but not least, also president of my local section, ESN Hradec Králové. Last summer, in 2023, I became a national supporter education officer, so maybe you know me from that time or from my president time. In the free time, I really like to play badminton, it's relax for me, or do crazy road trips. The second question is, why me? Because I just don't like easy life. Maybe it sounds familiar to you. But now most seriously, during 1.5 years when I was in the president and vice president community, and almost 1 year in the international education community, I gained lots of experiences. I learned about many projects, initiatives, agenda, tasks, positions, etc. And I realized that the president's agenda is close to my heart and interest. It's very simple. My ESN journey my ESN path wasn't always that easy, but thanks to many ups and downs, many challenges, I gained lots of experience, and I think right now I'm ready to give this knowledge and support back to the network. So that's the reason. Also, I think I'm strong in the project management, crisis management, task delegation, and hopefully in the leadership, and plus I have bombastic side eye, as you can see. Not every time I know exactly what to do, but I'm always trying to find a solution or I just never stopped trying. So it's same case when I was building this bookshelf, And by the way, this bookshelf is still okay. So it's a proof that I'm never stopped trying. I have few goals. I didn't set up that many goals because I just wanted to be more realistic, and I very briefly present them to you. The first one is active networking. In my opinion, really key to any relationship is the communication, and key to the networking is open and transparent communication. Pardon. Pardon. And I would like to more closely work and more listen to local sections. Also, I wish to lead and support the healthy growing network where we are sharing exciting events, we are sharing knowledge, and we are also sharing the best practices. And we are creating inspiring environment where the safe space is essential and brave space is desirable. Also, I believe that education is the most powerful tool how to promote active citizenship and protect civic engagement. And this is only the way how we can protect the youth work, our work. So then we can stop the shrinking space. Also, we are just the ones who have energy, time, ideas, motivation, and drive to do that. And can you imagine how amazing it would be if education really works? Nice. Another one is our national secretariat. We are the Czech network is the seventh largest ESN country, shared place with the ESN Greece. And this project is already in process, it's going on, but we really need to focus on it. The most basic benefits what it can bring is the bureaucracy relief, potential financial income, stability towards partners and stakeholders, and also more opportunities and more projects to our network, to our members, plus the professionalization and many, many more. In my heart, I'm convinced, I believe that the key to the recognition is specialization and professionalization. And we do incredible number of the great project activities, and we have a huge impact to the international environment in the Czech Republic. But still we need to learn how to streamline our work and time, be able to pass it to our successor, and that's ensuring again the stability and continuity. Our NO is still struggling with the same issues, not enough participants, no one is applying as an OC, time limitations, busy agendas, etc. So I would like to look to the timeline of the national events, its structure, and review its structure, and set up something new, or hopefully better for the whole network, because we are still changing. And I would like to do it together as a team, so it also includes, of course, local sections, because you are the participants of our events. And yeah, we need to listen to the network and make the necessary changes what the network needs. And my time is running. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to me. I know it wasn't easy. I'm aware of my disability right now. But any questions? I know there will be many.
Thank you so much. So we are opening the speakers list. I already see a question from Mr. Steinbach, Kuba. So please. Yes.
The first one.
Kuba, Audit Committee of ESN CU. My first question is, what is your opinion on, sorry, no, it's in the opposite. If elected, you have the right to appoint people for empty NB positions. Have you considered someone for the position of the vice president, which is without a candidate right now? You don't have to say names.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for a question, Mr. Steinbach. Yes, still there is going to be second round, so I hope the suitable candidate will apply for the second round. In case it's not going to happen, there are like two options, as you mentioned. I can appoint, or we can divide the agenda. I would like to try to appoint someone. I have someone in my mind already, so in case he's not applying for the second round. And worst case scenario, yeah, we will divide the agenda, and also the agenda division I already described in my question round. Thank you. Maybe there is more from you.
All right, can I continue? Okay. What would be your approach to the fact that the audit committee should open call for the NB positions every time there is an unoccupied position in the NB?
I believe this is a question connected to our standing orders.
Yeah, I mean, we did not follow it to the fullest until now. So what would be your approach? Would it be similar to the previous NBs, or would you tackle it differently?
In case there is an appointed candidate, we need to have an open call for the nearest NA. So yeah, the AC should make an open call for the position where is the appointed member.
Okay, reaction?
And if there would be no one appointed and it would be just kept empty, would you still be open to asking the audit committee?
I like that, you mean, okay. It's a good idea, actually. I am not sure, because the team already will be done. We will already work together for 2-3 months. And I'm not sure if the totally new member would be able or capable, stay with us on the same level. So I'm not sure of that, so I cannot answer more right now. But probably not.
Okay, thank you. That's a valid answer. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you.
All right. I believe you had 3 questions behind each other. So let's have your third question, and then we will have a question from Adele.
Okay. What is your opinion to the cancellation of NA in February? Is there a procedural? I'm not sure.
The procedural, the Slido window is too short for questions. Is there possibility to make it, to give it more characters, to open it for more characters? Because I'm trying to make my question shorter and it's sort of impossible.
It's a good practice.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I don't see that option here.
I will just say the question.
It's okay. So, yes, procedure.
Could it be possible to sort it by recent and not popular on the Slido at the top right, so that way you have the questions in order? At the top right, you have the and if you put it recent, you don't have to put it in the situation where people vote.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry, maybe just to solve the character number issue, maybe we can just put the name of the person that wants to speak, not the entire question, and the question can just be said, and not just an.
I don't hear it. What? Sorry.
Maybe we don't have to write the entire question into Slido, but just write the name of the person that wants to ask the question.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please just write the question, and when you get the mic, you can, you can explain a bit more. All right. So back to the question about the cancellation of NA February. Was it already answered?
No, it wasn't.
No. Okay.
Okay, who knows me personally, they know that I supported that idea to cancel NA February, so I'm okay that it got cancelled. And as I say, we need to review our national events. It also includes NAs. There was the extraordinary NA in January, so I think it covered what was needed. And long term, I was thinking also in the past that NA February it's not necessary to have. So that's my opinion. Reaction.
I don't want to repeat myself too much, so I stated personally the reasons why to keep it. There is just one which is really like problematic, and that's the audit report presentation, because right now, luckily, 2 of the previous audit committee members are in the same audit committee for next year. But like this might not happen, and those people might generally just disappear and not be active anymore. So how would you solve this issue if like the audit committee would just decided not to be involved anymore?
I see Prima has a reaction, but I think this audit committee report can be part of the extraordinary NA in January. And
Okay, now the reaction.
I would like to say that Přemysl Pilař, ESN CU, I would like to say that even though it is obligatory to have that report, there is also obligatory to have report of former treasurer of ESN CU on the first NA of the academic year, to have report on the finances. This, however, was, for example, last year done by our new treasurer. So apparently this can be also somehow bended.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed with the next question, I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay, so we wait for Terka's question. Like after, yes. So, are there any objections to close the speakers list? No? Okay, then. The speakers list is closed, and now we got the question from Adele, International Board. So I will say it instead of her because she's not here present. So how do you plan to work with the projects in the President's portfolio, particularly regarding DETAS, ETM, and their local phases?
Thank you, Adele, for question. I am aware of the local phases, and I already did a promotion to that. It's like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago when I promoted the opportunity for the local section that they can apply for that. And I am not aware of the DETAS and DCM. I didn't study them, so definitely, in case I'm elected, I will firstly, thanks to this question, look to our ESN wiki and search more about it.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Teresa Kadlecová.
Hello, Teresa, alumni of ESN. What is the greatest challenge that you are looking for in your potential mandate?
This morning I got a question, what will be the first thing what I will do in case I would be elected, and probably the answer will be same, because for me it would be the challenge to connect all our Czech network to one platform. So connect our Czech network to one platform, like destroy the fragmented communication channels. So that would be a big challenge.
So now we got a question from Petra Papuláková. Okay, please, when you see your name that is approaching, try to wave on the OC members. Okay.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. In the question round, you mentioned some initiatives like European University Alliances, and you mentioned that you would like to promote them more. I would like to ask how to really make the ESNers realize why it is important for them to really understand the topics, or maybe you would go with another approach of approaching the universities directly yourself.
Okay. So firstly, hello Petya, and thank you for your question. Yeah. So I will start firstly with the European University Alliance, which is like a big project. I'm not sure of how much aware you are of that, but 8 out of 19 our ESN sections, their universities are part of the University Alliance. It's a big project. It's a future of European universities. There's nothing going to be anything similar like that. And we are the student biggest association in the international field. So I feel like we have a duty to be part of that almost, especially when almost half of the network is already part of it, and maybe even you don't know that your university is part of the University Alliance. So this is a big thing, and it's going to change how the study university in Europe looks right now. It's going to be really I feel the revolution, the University Alliance Association, the European University Alliances. Yeah, how to promote that? Maybe firstly get ESNers who are already part of the alliance aware that they are part of the alliance. Explain what does it mean, how does it work, how can they get involved, because every university alliance needs to have a student board or the student advisory committee, etc. And maybe just universities didn't think that you can be involved as an ESN, so just, hey, come to your university and ask, hey, I know about that, we are part of this alliance, we are the one who can help the best. Who else knows better than us how to study international and Europe? We know the best about it. And the second question is the European degree. It's kind of new initiative because the press release was a week ago, something like that. So yeah, it was speaking about it a longer time, but the press release was maybe a week ago. It's something new. Again, it's closely connected to the university alliances. Just let's see how big space will be given to the students in that. But again, we are the ones who are holding the diplomas, we are the ones who are holding the degrees. So I think we should have a space to express our opinion on that and say just our ideas loudly to the universities. Then there is a question about university, if the section should contact them, or we as a ESN should go immediately contact the university as a ESN Czech Republic. It's a hard question, and it depends section and university, from section to section, university, from university to university. So it will be done, I would say, individually. I wouldn't recommend any general way how to do that. Because at the same time, we don't want to destroy the good relationships at the universities, what some section has.
Okay, thank you. Now a question from Jakub Steinlech.
Kuba, Audit Committee of ESN CU. I have a question regarding the structure of the national supporters. Should the structure be more rigid, which means it doesn't change that much every year, or should it be more fluid? And what are the advantages of each of the approaches?
Thank you. It's a good question, actually. No, all of the questions are good, but of course, from the view of the professionalization and some stability, it will be much better to have a rigid positions. And also, these supporters can be more connected into the international communities because they will be stable position. But at the same time, we can see some vacant positions, etc. So, from right now, how does it work? It's more fluid. I would like to keep it more rigid. It's from just point of view of the professionalization.
So then we got another question from Adele, International Board. National Board is a body that also represents the country internationally. Sorry. It has two questions. So the first one is, how specifically would you work on lowering the gap between the international level and Czech sections?
Again, Adele, thank you for the question. There's more ways how to do it. We can look to the section consultation. Right now, how does it work? We can change it a bit. I know in other NOs, usually the NO is proposing how they're going to vote, because the NO, or National Board, are usually the specialists of the topic. So they can already propose how the network or how the country should vote. And then, of course, give all of the supporting materials for the study to the sections, but already give them the proposal how maybe we should vote. Then also we can use, for example, section care, which is a great tool, be in direct touch with the sections. But I think the best tool would be the communities, because as we have a national communities, we have also international communities, and MBs are connected, or its supporters, to the international community. So I think they are the best, the best transfer of the informations, what can happen.
Okay. And the second question from Adele, International Board: what would be your concrete steps to take in order to increase the ESN CU engagement in the international level, overall, not only by NB members?
Thank you, Adele, again for the question. Yeah, that was also my case, you know. I just needed to find out my way how to be involved or how to get interest in the international level. The concrete steps. I think firstly, we need to more focus like how now the information goes from the MB towards the sections, and then we can focus how to also the information from the international level can be bring again to the sections. So the concrete steps, I cannot probably answer right now this question. I'm in stress, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now Teresa?
Teresa Mandrašková, ESN CZ. I have a question on behalf of Adele, ESN International. It has proven to be absolutely crucial that all NOs understand correctly what the votings are about at the General Assemblies. How concretely would you make sure that all parties involved nationally in the decision-making reflect the best interest of ESN CZ and match the international network?
Thank you, Adele, for the question. Thank you, Terka, for reading the question. I think, again, it's connected to the section consultation. Our section consultation is written down in our standing order. It's not that specific, so I think we can work on it. We can more improve it. And now it goes via the emails, which is okay, but also it can be more like face-to-face approach, or again, the section care, or the vice president community. So I think emails are not enough. You need to speak to person like more individually, if you want to get more opinions, and if you want to like learn them or press the information and also get information from them what they think about it, and also be able to explain them, because to be honest, how many of the sections presidents are going to read the documents or attachments in the emails? So I just think we need to be like third party, or the translator of the information.
Thank you. And next question is from me. Teresa Mandrašková, ESN CZ. So the international level not so long ago implemented, or like a year ago, implemented that information from the international level are sent directly to mailing lists of sections, which means that national board does no longer like filter the information, like resends the informations to the sections. What do you think about that? What is your approach?
Thank you for this question. I'm aware of that because recently I saw one president's email box and it was full of the emails, and most of them were from the ESN International. I think it can help to again cover the gap between the international and local level, but again, does the presidents are really reading the emails? Do they understand what is written down in the emails? Like, I feel that we as an international board, we are, as I said, the experts, and we can help them to translate that information. It's a good question, actually. I should think about it more. I think it's a good that they are passing information because it helps transparency, and it helps the spreading the information and accessibility of the information, because not everyone knows how to work with, for example, ESN Wiki, to be honest. So this helps with the accessibility of the information. But I think we as a nation level, we should be the one who will explain it and who will give some opinion on that also. Because, yeah, as I say, we should be the expert, we should be the representatives of our country.
Thank you very much. That was our last question. So, good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can take your seat.
Thank you, everyone.
Now I would like to welcome here our candidate for Treasurer of ESN CZ, Filip Wagner. So please come on stage. Okay, your 7 minutes starts now.
So, hi NA, hi people on the stream, and hi people watching the recording of the stream. I would like to present you my candidacy, or like the application for Treasurer ESN CZ. My name is Filip Wagner, and who am I? First of all, I am an ESN VUT Brno member, so I'm from that section. I used to be treasurer there for 2 mandates, so I got some knowledge from the business and finance part of ESN, yeah. So it came to me naturally when I decided for the national board that like the treasurer agenda seemed close to me. As for me, here's my first board. I cherish those memories. And you can also say about me that I've been an active BF checker, which is like being member of the business and finance community here. So I attended different meetings, and we actually were on a physical meeting in Prague, organized here by CU. And you can also remember me as the guy who takes pictures with panda, because that's our mascot. I got a lot of panda pictures, if you've seen some of them somewhere, maybe, or on some events. But I decided not to bring my panda here, because I'm running for the NB, so I want to be more intersectional. And also, during my spare time, I'm a member of another volunteer organization, SOKOL, so like their values are, let's say, similar to the ESN values, and they are close to me too. And about me, what I've done in the ESN, apart from like being in the board, I've participated on making 2 big projects possible, which would be the Erasmus Festival in Brno, and I'm proud of that. Also, you may remember more recent project, which would be the local board training, also organized in Brno. I think this February, yeah. And as for my international involvement, I've been a part of delegation for CEP, EGM, and last semester I also, because I was there on Erasmus, went as an international guest to visit our northern partners or northern countries on NEP, on the Northern European platform. Now for the important part, my goals, what I would like to achieve in my agenda, or like in my potential mandate. First of all, let's talk about taxes. Not these taxes, yeah, that's taxes from Pardubice, high to Pardubice. But I think the order of the things showing up kind of messed up. Yeah, sorry. I don't see the taxes there written. But yeah, same for the taxes from Pardubice and the taxes we have to pay. There is like a similar initiative that we want to have them as small as possible, because we don't want horses to get hurt, and we don't want to pay much money to the big, yeah, taxes and budget shows up here. To the big F, finanční správa, yeah, we don't want to pay them much if we don't have to. So there is a possibility for the national organization, because the laws changed, to withdraw from being VAT payers, and therefore we would be paying less on taxes. I would like to look into this possibility, because it's also an option that our partners would require us being VAT payers. So yeah, we must carefully decide here if it's worth it for us or if it wouldn't be worth it. And as for constructing budget, it comes together with it, because if the national organization would stop paying those taxes, we would have to adjust the budget, because we must count with or without the taxes. So for doing this, we must achieve some sort of balance, and as we are non-profit organizations, our budgets are like up and downs, because we don't aim to have like constant profit all the time. So it's natural, because the target we are aiming for is the service for the international students, not the money we make. So some years are minus, some years are plus. In the end, we are staying on the same level if we look at the long run. Apart from this, I would like to also take care of the BF Czech community. Yeah, which is, I think, one of the most important part of treasury agenda. And it is a relevant network. It is important to get sections involved in it. I know that not a lot of people are interested in doing business and finance. Yeah, this is usually the smallest network here. However, I think it's a good network for sharing good practices, because some sections have like advanced tools to do, let's say, nice neatly looking invoices, or they have some accounting systems, or at some sections you can pay electronically. So I would like to do a survey basically in the sections to find best tool that would help them. And the curious people might have scanned the QR code. Okay, it's just a little joke if you want to pay by QR code. Yeah, and I would like to share the knowledge between the sections if it's like beneficial for other sections too. As for new incomes, when it comes to new incomes, first of all, I would like to focus on the partnerships we already have, because if you go for new incomes, you cannot just like overlook the partners you have. You must focus on what you have and not to lose it. So we have, of course, you know, Vodafone and DZS. Yes, thank you. And what I would like to look for the future potential partners with potential partnership manager, or like the sources of new incomes, that would be an alternative for, like, let's say, time travels, because that's what works in the northern region, where there is organization that does trips for the international students and they cooperate. It's something such as Yes Trips. However, Yes Trips didn't really operate here in Czech Republic, so I would like to look for a potential partner that would help us with this, and they would be a source of income for the national organization. Similar is the other picture there, which would be a bank, that we could reach a partnership with a bank, because international students have a need to get a Czech bank account. As my time is coming to an end, I will just finish that I got some nice questions. I was gonna say some of the questions from the question round and expand it. However, I think they were answered quite neatly, so if you want, read the online question round or ask now.
Thank you so much, Philip, for your presentation. We already have some questions in our Slido, so we are opening the speakers list, so write those down. The first question is from Tete, so please.
Teresa Karlecová, alumni of ESN. It's concerned the topic about the VAT and the taxes. So I know that there is a cooperation with an external company that ESN CU has. Would you consult this company? And if so, how could this consultation be beneficial in this topic?
I think it's necessary to consult them, definitely. If we are changing the tax system we are going by, so definitely the finances managing company we must approach with this topic and consult it before the change. And first of all, I was thinking that I would also consult, for example, DZS, if their support is based on the money they send and they don't care about the tax, or the money we receive, yeah? Because they can be sending more just to cover the tax, and if we would stop paying the tax, stop being the VAT payers, they might be sending less, because that could be their point of view. So there is a lot of partners we should discuss before doing such change.
And how could it be beneficial?
Unregistering from the VAT, or consulting the finance company. Consulting the finance company. I think it is definitely necessary, because they do our taxes and they must know how we are planning to do our taxes, because if we would change it without them knowing, that's a problem. And also I could consult them to get like more clear statistics, because there is this thing that we must have certain amount of money within 12 consecutive months. So just check it if there isn't like a peak during a year in which the 12 months would be like super high or something like that.
All right. The next question is from Adele International Board. Could you please state at these 3 concrete steps you would take in order to increase the ESN card sales in ESN CU?
Okay, I think this is like the BF Czech community topic. So for even promoting the ESN card, I would approach the individual sections, because it depends how they themselves promote the ESN cards, usually locally, how how the internationals see them, international students. So it is important to find new partners. So, so approach each sections individually to share basically the knowledge about promoting the cards, approaching partners that are connected to the ESN card, and probably making a system of events that are beneficial for ESN card holders. Or like if you organize events, you usually have two prices, so make an appeal on that. It is more beneficial to have ESN card if you want to attend ESN events.
Thank you. Before we proceed with the next question, I'm proposing to close the speakers list. So the last question would be from Přemysl Pilař. Are there any objections? Okay, Přema, you got another question? Okay, so after your second question, I'm proposing to close the speakers list. Are there any more objections? No. Okay, therefore, after second Přemysl's question, I'm closing the speakers list. Okay, Peťa?
Petra Papuláková, ESN alumni. Hi, Filip, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask, since currently you are missing a candidate for VP and there is a lot of MB work that is not position specific, and previously always the treasurers did more work than just their assigned responsibilities, I would like to know in which other field you feel confident, where could you contribute more to the MB work?
To the MB work. So I do study almost everything, let's say, because my field of study is information security, and we got there like law, we got there programming and this stuff. Yeah, it's not everything, it's not medicine, I know, but it's like the administrative stuff that's usually needed for ESN, which would be, let's say, technically the vice president agenda is usually the administrative stuff. So I'm kinda used to these topics. I'm not really enjoying doing them. My heart in the ESN is like within the business and finance world, but I can imagine taking part in like redistributing or like taking care of part of the vice president agenda. I wasn't really field specific, I know.
Okay, the next question is from Mr. Steinbach.
Kuba, the audit committee of ESN CU. According to you, how is the workload distributed among positions in the national board? I also had a follow-up, but it was already covered. So,
I would say it depends on the certain board how much the individuals want to be involved, because there is some like agenda specific for the positions, and then there is like general board agenda that you can discuss on who will do it. Yeah, so it's based on how will people manage it, what they want to do from the general board agenda. As for the specific, like, as for the position-specific agenda, I think like the toughest one is definitely the president, because the president is responsible for everyone or everything. And for the rest of the national board, I would say the toughest would be, from my point of view, at least a network manager, because they have to lead the delegation and take care of the delegation and the network, keep in touch. But however, I think it's still based on the people who are in the national board, what they decide to do, what they decide to help with. They can also help with agenda of other national board members if they are like a good team together.
All right, now the question from Teresa.
Teresa Mandrášková, ESN CU. What do you think that there should be more categories of payments for the national assemblies, for example, without accommodation, without food, etc.? Do you think it's a good practice from other countries, or would you like to keep it this way rather?
I think it's applicable practice. However, it depends on the OC what possibilities they have, what dispositions. Yeah? If they can manage to have like people accommodated somewhere in the town or they need them close to the plenaries. So it would be NA from NA. I'm definitely not against this. It's an option OC has to organize an NA like this. However, I can see that it can be troublesome, so some NAs won't have like all these price categories because of the reasons of unifying it and making it more simple for the OC.
Kuba, the audit committee of ESN CU, do you think, it changed. Do you think that as the member of the national board, your agenda will take more time over the shared agenda of the national board or vice versa?
I plan to focus a lot on BF check as part of my agenda. I wouldn't consider it exactly shared, or is it like shared with partnership manager, but I would still count it as the treasurer agenda, let's say. So after this, counting towards the treasurer, I think like 2/3 could be like being exactly treasurer and 1/3 being just like general national board member. Like it's technically shared, but it's still treasurer specific.
Okay, now we got a question from Madel that is going to be asked by the national board.
Přemysl Bilař, ESN CZ, asking on behalf of Adel Smejkalova, International Board. We see a global disconnection and lack of understanding of the local level when it comes to the global network finances. However, one level doesn't exist without another two, and these crucial topics cannot be pushed away. Otherwise, the network will collapse. How do you concretely plan to work on raising awareness among the Czech sections about international finances and connections or impact between countries?
I'm not sure if I heard exactly, or like, it's about grants from the international.
No. How do you plan to work on raising awareness among the Czech sections about international finances and the connections or impact between countries? I may help you. There was a very important topic last year on the GA about the ESN card price increase.
Like how to relate to the sections if internationals decide to increase the price? Or I'm not sure if I understand the question.
How do you plan to work to raise awareness among the section what is important for the global network so they see it as a network and not just like their own interest?
Yeah, I think the explanation is within how the network of ESN works, that we are like, let's say, a big organization. So we pull together for one rope, for one end, yeah, and we try to achieve some common goals. So I would say the self-explanatory thing for the network would be attending CEP or EGM, getting to know that they are not alone, that there is like some ESN International, and that they are involved and supported by them also. That there is the system of, for example, ESN cards and also international partners, that they get the support from the higher level of ESN.
Monika Bartošíková, ESN CZ. The treasurer is still not that popular position in our network. Would you plan it to make it more attractive as the national treasurer, and how would you do it?
Good question. I think it's generally unpopular position in like whole network international. Nobody can really solve this riddle because people are not really too interested in like the finances compared to, let's say, doing graphics or HR stuff. However, yeah, we can try to be proactive and promote it more. If I would be, let's say, visible, if I would try to achieve some goals and people would see it as good work, I think it could be inspiring by making an example that even as a treasurer, which is like not so popular position, you can shine.
Martin Václavík, ESN VSBTU. What would be, in your opinion, the best solution for the payments for the Erasmus students for the national event?
I know the struggles that they are currently paying to the sections, and it's quite distributed, the payment system. So the best optimal solution, if we would manage to do the payment directly to the ESN CZ, if that would be possible. But I understand there might be struggles. So yeah, the best would be to have it unified. However, if it cannot happen, then the way it is to parse it to the sections. Yes?
Yeah, can you please be more specific if you think payment gate would be better, or some reservation portal as there are for the big events, or QR code payment, if you can think about it?
Like the best optimal way would be to arrange electronic payment directly to the ESN CZ, to have it pooled on one account, let's say, and have it easy for international students to pay, yeah, to attract them more, because if they have to do it in cash and sections have to struggle with that, it's not really convenient.
Okay, now we got the last two questions from Přemysl Pilař. The floor is yours.
So, Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ, what is our estimation for the profit we could make with our tax optimization?
The estimation for the profit, it would be around few hundred thousands. It should be like 200, 300,000, because we don't really get much VAT return, because when we buy something, it's usually support to the sections that are not VAT payers, so we are not eligible for VAT return. However, when we receive money, we pay VAT out of it.
Is there a way to calculate it like exactly?
You can go to the budget and do the subtraction, how much we received back on, how much money we paid for taxes and how much money we got back as a tax refund. You will get to something like 300, 200,000 crowns is the difference per year, I believe. And as I said, it's a thing that you cannot just do and just unregister. You must check with, for example, the DZS, if they wouldn't like lower the amount of money, how much worth it would be to do such difference, such change.
Okay, and now second question.
Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ. I would like to ask you, why are we spending money on the office of ESN CZ in the center of Prague? Because that is expensive, right? And why is it important for us?
To, let's say, seem more legitimate, to have an official office somewhere, to be an existing trustable ally for our partners, to not have like a registered home at some point where like 200 other companies are. So I think it's part of the professionalization to have our own office.
Okay. All right. So that concludes our questions for Philip. Thank you so much. You can sit down. And now it's my pleasure to welcome here on stage Barbara Kraličková, the candidate for Network Manager of ESN CZ. Barcha, again, you got 7 minutes, and those are starting now. Okay?
Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to start with a disclaimer to something that was said yesterday, which is that I'm not running for the national representative, but I'm running for network manager. And you might be wondering how I got here. So I would like to tell you a bit more about who I am, why I want to do this, and what are my goals. So I am a student of English language and literature at the Faculty of Arts of Masaryk University, where I also joined my home section, ESN Brno. And fun fact is that it was during the same time I started studying, I joined ESN. So when I went to my Erasmus in Munich last year, I was already an experienced ESNer. And I have been volunteering for more than half of my life now. And the bigger part was dedicated to scouting, but now I'm in my ESN era. And I'm someone who likes exploring the world and learning new things and connecting the dots together. Moving on to my ESN journey in a nutshell, I joined in 2021, and there was so many things happening, so I wanted to join everything. But because I was a freshman, I was bored. So I became a board member, and that opened a lot of opportunities for me, like joining OC of Na Brno Dobrý or going to international events. This one is CEP, which wasn't actually my first one. The first one was at Mendelu, so not that much international in a way. Then I joined another OC, this time as a vice head. And I have to mention mentoring program because it's something that has had a huge impact on me. And then in last year I became a national supporter, which is a position I'm still holding. And last thing that I would like to mention is the Educate Starter, which is training for trainers, for those of you who don't know that. And it's definitely approved by Barča. But the question is, why do I want to do this? Why do I want to become the next network manager? The most important reason is that I love our network and I would like to contribute to something bigger, to be part of something, and also to shape the direction of our NO. And moreover, Network Manager agenda is something that is greatly aligning with who I am and what are my current goals. So I think it's a match for me. Moving on to my goals. I have 6 areas that I would like to concentrate on, and the first one is national board, because as a network manager, I would be a part of national board, so I want to be a reliable and active member of it, so we can achieve better things together. And similarly, I would like to cooperate with the supporters and be a team together, make sure that everyone knows their responsibilities and also has some fun, so our NO can create better things together, because I cannot do it on my own, can I? Moving on to my third goal is focus on causes of ESN. Yes, they are somehow implemented in everything we do, but we don't realize it that much. So I would like to give it a space and make also sure that people are aware of them. Connected to causes a lot is SSI, which stands for Sustainability, Safety and Inclusion. And it's something that I believe it's definitely worth pursuing, because in order to make our volunteers as well as the international students feel or make their experience the best possible, those 3 areas are very important to give them the space and focus on them. Moving on to the training agenda, it's something that's very close to my heart, and I see a lot of potential in this whole area because it helps the volunteers to do their work better. And it's also fun, right? You had the workshops before, so you can tell yourself. And connected to this is the pool of trainers. There's so much potential in it, and I would like to nurture it and give it some care. Connected to training in a way, because we have a lot of training events, is the events of ESN CZ. We have a lot of them, and I would like to keep up with the quality of these events and ensure that events don't have to be canceled because there are no participants or OCs. And lastly, I would like to also give myself some care because, as was said yesterday, ESN should be about fun, not about experiencing burnout. And I would love to end the mandate being able to still say that I love our network and I still want to contribute, not the other way around. So thank you. That was everything for me for now, and now it's your time for questions.
Thank you so much. The speakers list is open now, and we already have first question from Zuzana Molnárova. So, please.
Hello, Barcha, and thank you for your candidacy. Thank you for the presentation. And your disclaimer at the beginning was interesting, so I'm gonna build on it. And I would like to ask, what parts of the network manager agenda are connected to actually being in touch with the national representatives and do their job?
With national representatives, not local representatives. Okay. So it's the delegation, being a delegation leader includes this part, or what you said. Yes.
Can I continue with other questions?
Sorry?
Can I continue with other questions?
Yes, you can continue with other questions.
Just to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, so the second question is actually one of the previous NR, now it's the network manager agenda. During the last mandates, we benefited from some other NOs cooperations, with for example, Germany and Sweden on their national events. And I would like to know your point of view. Is it beneficial? Should we proceed with this? How can it be this beneficial for the network, for our network?
Yeah, I definitely think it's beneficial because our volunteers can also try new things and also inspire, get some inspiration in other NOs. And also when we cooperate together with other national organizations, we can achieve bigger things. And for example, if we cooperate on some training event, it might not be canceled if we don't have enough participants, because if there are two countries, it's more likely that it would be more interesting for people to join. And for example, Prague, I think it's nice to have something like that, some cooperation like that. And I would like to continue with that if it's in my power.
Thank you for the question. And the last question, thank you for the answer. My last question is, can you compare the current state of the HR and events community with your desired future state, if you have any, of course?
Okay, my desired state would be that every single local board would have their own HR and events managers, and they would be active in the community. They would bring the topics also. It wouldn't be just the network manager or the supporters putting a lot of information towards the community, but it would come also from the community itself. And I believe the word community should mean, or means itself, that it's people that are somehow connected together. So the members should have some connections among themselves. And they should feel like part of the community, not just, some random call that I have to join because I am this position or that position.
All right, thank you. Now we got the question from Adel, International Board. Can somebody from the National Board ask the question? Thank you.
So, Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ, on behalf of Adel Smejkalova International Board. How concretely would you make the events of ESN CZ more sustainable, safe and inclusive to be implemented immediately?
I think the safety team can also help with this a lot because there's the safety and inclusion part can be done. I think if implemented immediately, I don't think I can just tell you the key to everything because SSI includes so many subtopics and areas to focus on. We also already do a lot of things, I would say, like, for example, trying to make the events, yeah, and then also we can promote more inclusion in a way that the participants could, or inclusion is when no one has to ask for their needs to be accommodated. So, for example, the way how it's done for this event with the meals, I know that people are not that happy about it, but the meals are designed so they can suit to the needs of everyone, and I think it's a good practice to follow. But we can also focus on how it tastes and if the meals are good or not. Which is something to be discussed with the venues or people providing the food.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed with the next question, I propose to close the speakers list. Is somebody against? Okay, I see one. Okay, so who still hasn't put their question in the Slido? Okay, Maggie and Terka. And yes, after Terka, after those two questions that are going to be put into the Slido, I'm going to close the speakers list. Okay? Now, Terka, you can proceed with your question.
Terza Otova, ESN CZ. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask, what is your plan to increase the participation on training events of ESN CZ?
My plan is to try to work on the training needs assessment and how we collect the needs of the sections, and then work with that even more, and make the workshops as relevant to the people as possible, and possibly sharing more of the topics before with the participants, because now it's you apply for the event, but then there is the choosing of the workshop preferences. And also specify for whom the event might be the best or the most suitable. And also, I think the personal approach can work in this a lot. And if people come from one event and say it was amazing, it will just spread and people can then join more and more.
Okay, thank you. Now, question asked by the NB from Adel.
Monika Bartoška, ESN CZ, on behalf of Adel Smejkalova. I want to follow up on Přema's question in the online question round, as I didn't feel it was covered enough. What does EGM mean for the network? How exactly would you make sure that the delegation for EGM is well prepared and represents the country in the best possible light?
So for the first part of the question, EGM is the biggest non-statutory and even the biggest event we have in our network, and therefore it's something that is seen. There are a lot of important stakeholders at this event, and when they see the work we do in an event like this, it's the biggest student-led conference in Europe. They can maybe cooperate with us better, or we can achieve some bigger cooperations with some partners. And The second part was about the delegation behavior, right? I think sharing all the important information via calls before EGM, and also sharing the minutes with the people, and then also asking people if they know what they are supposed to do or what is this event about, and also communicate with the section representatives that this is the key part of the event and the social program is something that is a big plus, but it's not the main reason why people should join EGM.
Now, question from Tata.
Teresa Karlacová, alumna of ESN. What is the greatest challenge that you are looking for in your potential mandate and why?
Making the events happen and not be cancelled. So, making the events happen and not to be cancelled, because I think it's a huge shame if there's OC, there are trainers, and everything is kind of almost ready, and then there are not enough participants who would like to attend the event.
Okay. Next question from Tata. No, sorry, Teresa Vondraško. Sorry.
Hello, Teresa Vondraško, ESN CU. So you're in a supporting position this year. How exactly do you feel that your alumni coordinator position and experience prepared you for the national board position that you're applying for?
I think thanks to joining the calls and communicating more with the national board, I got a even bigger picture than I had before. And I also communicated with a lot of people during the whole year. So it's a lot about knowledge transfer being given to me in a way that I don't even realize it. And the position, I think from the supporter position, it's easier to see what NB actually does. And find my own way in that more.
Thank you. And second question, Teresa Vondraško, ESN CU. Are you satisfied with the current distribution of supporters, and which ones do you consider crucial for the position of network manager?
If the supporters that should be under network manager are kept in that way, yes, I think the way how it is done for the network manager is sufficient, hopefully. I am not in the position to tell yet, but I think it's important to have the training coordinator, HR and events community manager, HR manager, events manager, causes manager, and I'm possibly forgetting someone, and I'm sorry if I am. But I think the network manager agenda is quite extensive, so it's important to have supporters.
Okay, now question from Julian.
Yes. Yes, in Switzerland, Julian, what will be a key element you learned during Educate Starter that you will bring to the Czech training sphere?
There are a lot of them, and you know it. One of the things that I would like to focus on is Naomi, which is it's an abbreviation, and it starts with needs, so I would start to focus on that and then continue with setting aims, objectives, methods, and so on.
Okay, now question from Teresa Otcová.
Teresa Otcová, ESN CU. How are you planning to tackle the issue of mental health of members, the national board, and as well ESNers during your mandate? And are you even planning to do that?
Yeah, I would like to do it somehow try. I think the most important part is that there is some trust established among the board members, so we can actually talk about our mental health together. And I think the communication is key here. And we might not realize people are not doing well until it's too late. So just I would make sure that I am asking the people if they are okay and if I can help them.
Okay, thank you. Now we got a question from Margarita Kovaldina.
Hi, Maggie, alumni ESN Czech Republic.
Sorry, Maggie, we got a reaction. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. No, because you didn't answer. You answered just the part about the MB, and I was also asking about the ESNers and the network itself. If you can elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Yeah, I think for members it's harder to do that from the national level because they mostly experience a lot of things during their local activities. However, we can provide some trainings that are focused on this topic, and that can be actually beneficial for them, and HRs can also, or the whole board can also share the information with the rest of the section.
Okay, now we got a question from Maggie, but yes, as I was proposing to close the speakers list, this question should be the last one. So therefore, I would suggest to have this one as the last one and not to answer those last questions, one from Prima and second from Maggie. Are there any objections? Okay, therefore this one is going to be the last one. Thank you.
Hi, Margarita, alumni ESN Czech Republic. Thank you, Baro, for your presentation, and thank you all the candidates. It takes a lot of courage to step up. I would like to ask you about the pool of trainers that you mentioned that you would like to encourage more. What are your ways of doing so, and how is it maybe connected to the bettering the needs assessment that you've mentioned? Thank you.
I think that now has been just one call, as far as I am informed, and I think it's a shame that they can actually exchange some knowledge among themselves. There could be also the mentoring program, because there are some people who experienced educate and people who are not that experienced in training, so that could be an option as well. I also would like to somehow establish a way how trainers can also be more promoted to the sections, because now a lot of sections don't even know there's some pool of trainers, but it's a shame because they could do some workshop for them or session, or just help them with some facilitation of their meeting or whatever. And I think if we take care of the pool of trainers, then they are better. They can. We know what we can ask them to do for the needs, and yeah, we should always focus on the needs and then continue accordingly.
All right, so that concludes our session. Thank you so much, Barča. Now, guys, we are half an hour behind schedule, so we are proposing to have a quick break, just to take some snack and come back. So now we got a break for 10 minutes. Is it okay? It's okay. So, now it's my pleasure to welcome here on stage. Who is the person? Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Yes, it's Maria Červenková, candidate for Communication Manager. Mariuszka, again, you got 7 minutes, starting now.
Okay, hope everybody can hear me. I'll try my best, but I'm a bit tall, so cannot make the microphone taller. I have 7 minutes, so I will try to be fast. Who am I / here is my CV. Why my CV? Because I'm the future communication manager, and I think for this position it is important what you do in your free time, and if you studied PR or journalism or something close to this. It is quite long. You can find me on LinkedIn maybe later. Anyway, I already studied at 3 universities in the Czech Republic. First, Masaryk University, where I have my bachelor degree from. VŠE, and now Charles University, which I'm not sure if I will finish because I think one degree is maybe enough, master degree. For my work experience, yes, thank you. For my work experience, I think this is important for my position. I was working for Hospodářské noviny, which is the national newspaper here in the Czech Republic, as the editor of the national department, so I was in contact with all the high politicians. For example, my first kind of interviewee was Petr Fiala, who's the prime minister right now. Here is my first front page, right next to it, and this is the detail, so you can see my name. Sorry for turning, but I'm trying to show. Hopefully you can hear me. I was also working as an EU Careers Ambassador, which means I was working for the kind of HR of the European Union, which is the European Personnel Selection Office. I did this for a year, so I already have contacts in the EU, which I think is also a nice experience for ESN. I also worked this is with Miloš Vystrčil and the rectors of Charles and VŠE, Charles University and VŠE. And in the middle, that's the only picture I have from my last job, which was in marketing, and I was an account manager / yeah, let's just say that. And now I'm working for actually the European Union, at the European Union's space agency here in Prague, and the communication department, so I think this will be a very relevant experience for my role in ESN, as the processes are very similar, and actually the first task I was asked to do was to do minutes for a meeting, which is kind of funny because I already know that from ESN. My ESN experience is quite long. I have been in ESN for 5 years now, in 2 different sections, since 2019. I was already the part of the communication team in Muni Brno. I was the social media manager. Then COVID came, but after that I joined VŠE. I became the next semester the head of public relations, which is, for those who have the position of communication manager, that's the communication manager. After that, I joined the national level, and I have been a supporter now for 2 years, which I think is a long time. So I think that's enough of qualification to become the next communication manager, because 2 years is a long time, and it's kind of the social media manager is the role that's kind of the right hand of the communication manager. I've also attended the EEGM last week. I've been to many national events. Basically, I cannot even remember all of the experiences I had in ESN because there has been a lot. So I have some pictures. Sorry. I'm trying to be fast in my 7 minutes. Next slide, please. There are pictures from the community meeting in Ostrava, where I had some sessions and workshops. There's from Nahrad. There's my board when I was the head of PR. There's Na Brno Dobrý, the tram party. setting up of the tent at the 20 years of ESN CZ. There's NA Palkovice, which was my first national event, and then there's Buddy Weekend, because that's the event I love from our section. We can move on. Okay. Specific goals. I was the social media manager for 2 years, so obviously one of my main goals is social media. I would like to continue the work of the current communication manager, because we had a really nice cooperation, I believe. She included more videos and reels and more pictures of people and less graphics, which I believe is a beautiful, great step. So I would like to continue that, and also promoting ESN CZ events. So those are the steps I would like to continue. I would also like to continue the professionalization through LinkedIn. And what I would like to do as new is growing the Instagram account and creating a unique visual identity, kind of as the step as I did for my section as the head of PR, and we still have the unique visual identity. I want something for people to memorize our ESN season by. I would also like to cooperate with local CMs on content that can be easily reshared. For the CM community, I have been the part of the community for over 4 years now. I would like to give back by sharing my best practices as well as learning about others. I would like to keep the sessions, workshops, meetings in person during national events, and that is why I'm taking the facilitation crash course right now from the international level. Because I want to get better at that. I would like to continue regular online meetings, obviously, and connect our local CMs with the international level, hopefully. For CZCom, I think we had a really nice team this year, so I would like, hopefully, to convince some member to stay. I already have 3 kind of candidates which I've talked to at this point, even though I'm not elected yet, which is really nice. And so hopefully there will be a lot of supporters. And I would like to continue the regular course and creating the social media plan. For the national board, I would like to reach my own goals as well as help them reach their goals. Okay. Let's go straight to here. I would like to work mainly with the partnership manager, because that has been my goal for 2 years now as the supporter position, but there was no partnership manager. I think we can, because the rest is like visual identity manual is quite explanatory.
Okay, thank you so much. Your time is up, and now it's the time for your questions. So, guys, the speakers list is open, so you can put your questions on Slido. We got the first one from Teresa Kadlecová.
Thank you for the presentation. Teresa Kadlecová, alumna of ESN. Your professional career seems really extensive, and that I can imagine and you just grow and continue professionally there. So I am curious, what value is there for you to dedicate your time and compassion and knowledge to volunteering on such level as national board, which requires a lot of dedication and time and so on?
To be honest, in my professional career, ESN has been very helpful. I managed to get better positions thanks to ESN. This is also something I would like to advocate for if I am elected, as in kind of how you can use your ESN experience for your professional experience. And since I'm working for the EU and Erasmus Student Network kind of comes from the EU and the processes are similar, these two will be interacting for the next year, where I will be the trainee. So I think it's kind of perfect combination for the next year for me to have both of these, and I can kind of share the experiences from both and like interlock them.
Okay. Now we got a question from Kuba.
Jakub Steinbach, Audit Committee of ESN CZ. I haven't seen Chinchilla for a while. It might be because I'm not that active anymore. Anyway, do you think promotion of ESN CZ could benefit from having an official mascot?
I think that's something to be done extra. I don't think it should be a priority, because in my experience, graphics are not what works for social media. We do not get engagement from them. We do not get it reshared. It is not, so it can be something nice, like to add on top of the agenda or my priorities, but I don't think it's the priority for me, to be honest.
Okay, now we got a question from Monika Opelkova.
Hello, Monika Opelkova, ESN CZ. You mentioned many times in your application that you want to cooperate closely with partnership manager. So do you already have some specific steps in your mind? Thank you.
Okay, so we already had a discussion with Radia. So I really hope she will be elected because I have been missing the partnership managers for 2 years now. We would like to do this together, kind of. We already discussed. We would like to put together a presentation and kind of a booklet for our partners, where we would like to, from my point of view, I would like to add all the channels, what we can do, what's our reach, what's the engagement, kind of like a professional communication strategy, what we can do for the partners within the channels, then also add what we can do as promotion in the events, kind of also explain what the events are about for them, and also maybe showcase what we are already doing for the partners we have. So kind of like a whole something that we can present ourselves with and something that to make ESN CZ look more professional in front of the partners, stakeholders, and so on.
Okay, thank you. Before we will have another question from Kuba, I would like to propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay, we got 1, 2. Okay. After submission of another 2 questions, I'm going to close the speakers list. Now, Kuba, the floor is yours.
Jakub Steinbach, Audit Committee of ESN CZ. Since we are going to involve more pictures with real people on our social media, and we had the lovely presentation on Friday regarding the GDPR regulations, what might be the problems connected to the GDPR enforcement?
Of course. The thing is, what I want to do is promote the events through the photos, and usually when you are being participant to an event, you have to agree with the GDPR. So that's kind of covered in that. The rest, of course, I will add pictures of the board or the supporters, but that's always with the agreement of them. So I don't think there will be many issues, obviously. And yeah, as somebody who works in PR, I know how to do the public image and what images to share and which not. So I don't think there should be a problem.
Now a question from Adel, International Board, was going to ask. Okay.
Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ, asking on behalf of Adel Smejkalova, International Board. What do you think about the current communication information flow, and what role would you use as National Communication Manager have in it? Sorry. And what role would you have as a National Communication Manager have in it?
I think I would need some more explanation from Adele what she means with the current communication information flow. Is this through social media? Is this through ESN CZ as a whole? Is this through communicating events? Or I can answer for social media, maybe. I think this needs kind of a specification a little bit. Maybe for social media, I would like to do at least 2 posts a week. I don't know if that's too much or too little, but based on the times to post, I think that's the optimal, and to be consistent with it. I'm not sure if I'm answering her question, but
okay, we got
yes.
a reaction.
So the information flow is regarding information from the ESN International towards local sections in general, not really social media, something like ongoing projects, events, if I understood correctly.
So information about the events, because as the social media, As a communication manager, obviously your role is to communicate, but you can do this through events, you can do this through public speaking, you can do this through social media, maybe the website. But I don't think the communication manager is responsible for like sending the emails or information about events. So I'm not really sure where this is heading.
Okay, and now second question from Adel.
Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ, asking on behalf of Adel Smejkalova International Board. ESN CZ deserves so much more visibility in front of stakeholders. Apart from LinkedIn, how do you plan to do it and with what projects? Feel free to mention the international projects aiming at local students or stakeholders as well.
Those were very quick. Could you maybe repeat the question, please?
ESN CZ deserves so much more visibility in front of stakeholders. Apart from LinkedIn, how do you plan to do it and with what projects?
Okay, I would like to actually use the partners we already have. For example, in EGM, I got inspired to actually, for example, use DZS in the like promotional, in photos and promotional things. So that would be nice. Obviously, not just through LinkedIn, but that is the best channel to use that for. I would also like, I am also hoping we will have some new stakeholders, and I think this is very like depending on the partner / stakeholder that we are talking about, because it needs to be discussed with them. What do they imagine and what we can do for them? So that's why we're coming out like with the plan, kind of, which will also like include stakeholders. And I think it should be discussed with them before we start doing something, and I think every stakeholder needs an individual approach.
Okay, thank you so much. And a question from Julian.
ESN Switzerland, Julian. You mentioned Instagram and LinkedIn, but there are also other social media. Is this something you are thinking about to expand, let's say, the reach of your communities?
I mean, obviously, there is still Facebook, but not used that much. Not really relevant. I already said in my like session in the morning that I prefer to kind of pick few channels that are the most important for our organization, most relevant, and will have the most engagement. And I would rather be consistent on 2-3 platforms than to have a portfolio of platforms, but for example, post once a month, because I don't think there's a point. It will not get enough engagement. I think everybody who's a social media expert knows that the engagement is through consistency, consistent posting. So I would rather focus on few channels than make a big portfolio.
Okay, thank you. Now we got a question from Tereska.
Teresa Vandrašková, ESN CZ. What do you think about national merch, and would you like to create some?
Yes, I have my opinions, obviously, hopefully for the national board. But something I have been thinking lately about is that I'm wearing my t-shirt from Nahrad, but I haven't worn this t-shirt for a year now. And I think the kind of sad thing is that we should be more sustainable with merchandise, especially t-shirts, jackets, and like the big stuff. So maybe create some kind of a identity that we can continue through the years. So we have something that, you know, for example, if we go to EGM, we do not create t-shirts for every EGM. For example, those that are going again, if there are members who are going again, they can reuse what they have and we can make more of that. Otherwise, for merchandise, depends. We will see what will be the needs for events. We can do obviously more than t-shirts / hoodies. I also am doing merchandise in my current position at my job, so I can get some inspiration from there of a professional level. I don't know, maybe let's keep it short. I hope it answers your question.
Okay, now question from... Okay, it was already covered, so yes. And now, question from Teresa.
Okay, so Yeah, being part of the board isn't just about the tasks of the communication manager, but it's also about handling tasks of the agenda of the national board. So are you prepared for that, and do you have a vision of what your position among the board will be?
I already had section care as one of the points because I kind of went through it really fast, which is something that I'm really looking forward to. I would also like to be more used as a facilitator, for example, not only for like topics that are to help for like national events, international events, and so on. That's why I'm gaining the new skills. We will see, like, I have not discussed that much with the rest of the members, to be honest, like my role in the national board. But I do come from the background of communication, and that is my main motivation. But I'm also looking forward to having the leadership position again, which I already did for my section, and to kind of test myself more on this. How will I approach this? How will we be able to cooperate? Obviously, there will be many calls, which I will be a part of. And I would like to take more part in like the events, not just through promotion, but maybe also through like logistics and stuff, because that's also where I'm like working through. I had some other point, but I think it's enough.
Okay. So that's it. Thank you so much. You can take your seat. And now I would like to welcome Radmila Centnerova, the candidate for the partnership manager of ESN CU. Again, 7 minutes, starting now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Raja, and I have the pleasure to present you my application for the position of partnership manager of ESN CU. So let me first give you a quick introduction of who am I. So I'm a master's student of chemistry at VUT Brno. I'm currently doing my third exchange semester, and my best superpower is killing people with my podcast voice messages. Actually, introducing myself as an ESNer, I'm a proud member of ESN VUT Brno section, where I'm currently the partnership manager, but I'm also involved on the national level as a supporter, more specifically as the HR coordinator. And now I would like to tell you a bit about my ESN story, how it all started, because basically I joined ESN when post-Erasmus syndrome hit me very hard. And I was at the beginning dealing with the HR agenda, but I was also contributing to the events of the ESN Brno United, oftentimes dealing with some partnership tasks. And I also joined the amazing program mentoring of ESN CZ as a mentee, which was the first actual eye-opening to the other levels of ESN CZ. Actually, after HRing, I became the partnership manager of my section. And I've actually been holding this position also during my exchange semesters, because I wanted to stay in touch with ESN despite being abroad. And actually, as I already mentioned, I also became the national supporter, but I also had the honor and the chance to become the head of OC of the very first local boards training event, and to be a member of the core OC team for the first edition of the national event, ESN Epic Tale, and dealing with partnership agenda again. Outside of our national level, I actually had the chance to be an international guest at the NA of ESN Switzerland this year, and to participate at the community meeting organized by ESN International this year, and to join the BFC track. And actually, over time, I've realized that the agenda of the partnership manager fits me the best, because actually what I really like about this, that the partnership manager is sort of a bridge between ESN and the commercial sphere. I actually like to talk with the partners about like what is our scope in ESN, what we actually do and what we can offer. But actually every partner is really individual. And that's something what I really like about it as well, the negotiations with partner. How can we both profit from the partnership? How to even set the conditions of the partnership? At the same time, I actually would like to mention that the partnership manager is involved in the BFC, And we all somehow deal with financial stability, which is a topic really close to my heart as well. And actually, the other thing I would like to mention is that it was sort of time to move on for me in the section. That's how I felt it, that I would like the other members of my section to get the chance and to grow and to actually get the opportunity, which I had already been given. But at the same time, I also wanted to grow and to learn, and I really found myself on the national level and its activities and in the partnership agenda. So therefore, all in all, interested in the national level and in the partnership manager's agenda, I'm here applying for this position of the national board. And what are my goals that I would like to work on if elected for the position of partnership manager of ESN CU? I would actually like to start with Vodafone, which is our key partner for international students, because this partner is actually providing them with the SIM cards. So I would be happy to renegotiate with this partner and actually set the conditions of the contract that would reflect the current needs of our network, and also to make this partnership more accessible for the international students even before coming to our country. I already mentioned the financial stability on the previous slide, so that's something I would be really happy to put a lot of energy in, to seek for some grants opportunities, brainstorm which grants would actually make sense for ESN CU. And also I'm open to approach some external partners for this support. Another goal are actually causes of ESN, which are, in my opinion, really important. And from my experience, partners really like to hear about them. So for this reason, I would like to approach the partners who could help us to make our network more sustainable and potentially also provide us with some workshops dealing with some hard skills, such as IT or graphics, or some soft skills that would be based on the current needs of our network. Actually, my other goal is about promotion, because I'm talking already a lot about partners themselves, but without a good promotion, it doesn't work very well. So together with the communication manager of ESN CU, I would like to promote our partners on LinkedIn, because actually commercial partners are really active on this platform, and when they can see the scope of our work here, it makes us more attractive. My other goal is BFCheck, which is a community of local partnership managers and treasurers, and I would like to take as great care as possible of this community together with the treasurer of ESN CU, and make the local treasurers and partnership managers more familiar with the materials which are provided for them, continue with the ongoing activities, and focus on the offline meetings at the NAs, communities meetings, and overall make those positions in BFCheck more attractive. And actually related to BFCheck goal is my last goal about partnership materials that I would like to create together with the communication manager of ESN CU for the national level of ESN CU, but also not only as an inspiration for the local sections. So I would like to start with some presentation and booklet, and create some more supportive materials for the sections. But overall, I would like to be there for BFCheck tasks, for partnership tasks, and for the helping hand with other topics for the sections, and be there for the whole national board and for the whole network. Thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to hearing your questions, and thank you very much again.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now there is again time for your questions, so speakers list is open. So we got already our first question from Monika Bartošíková, so please.
Okay, my first question. What advantages, if any, do you see in international partners, and would you like to use and promote them more in the Czech network?
Okay, thank you, Moni, for your question. The advantages I see in international partners is that actually it can make ESN more attractive for international students, because they can take advantage of these partners, like wherever they go in Europe. And if I would like to use and promote them more in the Czech network, definitely yes. And actually to raise also the awareness not only about the partners themselves that we have the partnership, but also how they can actually use this partnership, how they can register, for example, on the website of the partner, and like in general provide them with some more details of the partnership.
Okay, thank you. Now we got a question from Adel.
Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ, asking on behalf of Adel International Board. What would you say is the best selling strategy of ESN, both Czech and international, when approaching a new partner?
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, the best strategy of selling ESN is actually that we are actually international student non-profit organization with like really huge scope of work, and we actually can influence like a lot of students all around Europe. We can actually enrich the society through the international students. We can actually provide the partner with like we can get them in touch with the international community, and like overall bring them also new customers. Then of course there will be some more details depending on the specific partner. Like for example, if it's a travel agency, we can also organize events together, so it can again like bring customers and like raise the visibility of the partner. But otherwise that's it from this question.
Okay, before we proceed with another question from Adele, I would like to ask if there is still somebody writing down a question. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so I am proposing to close the speakers list after Petya's question and Moncha's. Okay, so after those two questions, I'm going to close the speakers list. Okay, nobody against? Perfect. Now, we can proceed.
Teresa Vondrašková, ESN CZ, asking on behalf of Adel Smejkalová International Board, how would you pitch the added value of the ESN card to both our existing and new partners?
Okay, thank you for the question again. Actually, how I would like to start introducing this card, that is the membership card of the Erasmus generation. And actually, the other things I would like to mention when promoting this card, that actually large amount of students is actually using this card, and it can help us to build a long-term partnership. And this ESN card is also used like in every country with ESN and with ESN card partners.
Okay, now we got a question from Monika Opelková. No, sorry. Zuzana Molnárova, I'm sorry.
Zuzana Molnárova, ESN CZ alumna. Thank you, Radi, for the presentation and the candidacy. And my question is, that as I mentioned before during the presentation, about Pictel, you got us like a lot of partners. Have you been thinking, if you are elected, to try to like negotiate with them to become national partners of ESN CZ?
Yeah, definitely. I already have some of them in mind that I would like to negotiate with, if elected, if they would be interested in like becoming a national partner.
Monika Bartišková, ESN CZ. Do you plan to use materials provided by ESN International, not only ESN Czech Republic, to promote ESN, especially ESN card? And if yes, how?
Thank you for the question. Definitely, I would like to use those materials for promotion and to actually raise the awareness, and that's sort of covering the second part of the question. Mostly I would like to use it in order to raise the awareness about the ESN card and how they can take advantage of it, and share it with the sections. And explain them like how to use it and how to promote ESN card in sections on the local level.
Now a question from Monika Opelková.
Monika Opelková, ESN CZ. Do you plan to create some promo plan in cooperation with communication manager, and if yes, can you elaborate how?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we definitely already discussed with Maruška how to cooperate if elected. So we would be definitely happy to create a promo plan together, and how to actually elaborate it. Because from my position of partnership manager, I would like to focus on LinkedIn. So I would like to actually create the promo of the partners, but like incorporate it in the promo plan in the way that it like sort of makes sense, and we are not like adding and posting many posts only about the partners, but also like incorporate it to the other activities, and so it makes sense on LinkedIn, and also actually set the proper frequency of those posts.
Okay, thank you. And now we got the last question from Petra Papuláková.
I'm anonymous, I'm sorry, Petra Papuláková, ESN CU alumni. I would like to follow up on previous questions about pitching ESN to the partners, because you mentioned like the biggest advantage that we have like international community. However, in past we didn't really, sometimes the partners are not really interested in that because they don't want like customers that are here for one semester. It's usually problem in like local sections and with local partners. So how would you handle this?
So if I understand your question correctly, you're asking like how to handle the situation when the partner is not interested in touch with the international community, because the international students are here for only temporary time. Okay, like in that case, we can always, in my opinion, offer that we have the ESNers also who are here for a long time, and ESNers have many soft skills that they gained on their way in ESN and in their ESN career, so we can set the partnership on this.
All right. Thank you so much. That was the last question. Therefore, another round of applause for Ráďa. And now it's my pleasure to welcome here Filip Marek, the candidate for Web Project Administrator. Filip, your 7 minutes starts now.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I would like to present you my candidacy for the Web Project Administrator for the next year. So, who am I? This is me after my first transition of getting some first position on the local level of the IT coordinator. This is me doing the registrations, giving the welcome packs, and selling the ESN cards to our exchange students. And this is me enjoying some fresh toast at the local board's meeting. So, my name is Filip Marek. I'm from Prague. I kind of study at CTU. It's a bit more complicated. We can talk about it later. My first meeting with ESN was already back in 2016 as a buddy. After that, I went through some positions on the local level. As I mentioned already, I had the position of IT coordinator. Then I also joined the local board as a treasurer. After that, I tried the position of president, vice president, and in the end, I had also position of PR manager in the section. On the national level, I have been active for a long time as a technical chair on the national assemblies, or even national platforms, as they were called in the past. I have been on many of them. I have also been active as a national supporter, and currently I am in the position of VPA in this mandate. I would say I am very passionate about IT. I am also doing a lot of stuff very at the deadline, so sometimes it might be a bit difficult to work with me because many people do it in advance. I just do a lot of stuff, I push it until the deadline. And of course, I'm the candidate for the next WPA. So let's quickly summarize my current mandate. The server migration, it's still in progress. There was a bit more websites running which needed to be migrated, but it will be finished soon. The Satellite 4 or the Satellite 5, it's still not done because the Satellite 5, from my point of view, is still not finished. It was supposed to be done by December by the international ITCom, but there are still some features missing and few bugs which need to be resolved. And the revival of the IT community, I hope we will have a very successful IT community meeting in May in Olomouc. And supporting the rest of the national board, for the first half of my mandate, I was also part of the local board, so I didn't have that much time for the national agenda. So I was not very active, but I hope I did at least the basics, which were like the most important ones. And now for the goals for my new mandate. Again, since the satellite migration was not done, I hope it will be done. If not by the end of my current mandate, which we still have like 3 months, then definitely during my next mandate. I will also push a bit harder to the international level and to the ITCom to finish it. I had some allies from the IT community meetings from other countries who are also pushing a bit more on the international level now because they are also eager to migrate. I would like to, after the successful community meeting in Olomouc, if it would be, I would like to engage more the IT community. I would like to be in closer contact with them, and I would like to also promote them a bit more the work of the international ITCom, and maybe encourage at least someone to maybe join the ITCom and maybe help with the new projects the ITCom is preparing. Of course, I again plan to closely cooperate with the rest of the national board on the common agenda, and I will definitely put much more time in it as I am not anymore active in the local section. And yeah, so that's it for a quick summary. I hope you read all the candidacy and all the questions. There was a lot of more information than I could squeeze in this short presentation. So thank you for your attention. I would also like to thank to my local section, which helped me a lot throughout my years, and to all the people who I met there, and also to my current national board for their support and their patience with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The speakers list is open. We already have there 5 questions, starting with Zuzana Molnárova. So Zuzi, floor is yours.
Zuzana Molnárova, the alumna of ESN CU. Thank you for your candidacy and for the presentation. Of course, my question will be about the epic tale. I was reading your candidacy and you were apologizing in there. However, I haven't seen any action steps or anything you're planning for the upcoming mandate regarding the IT background of the ESN epic tale, so I would like to know if you're having some plans or if it's important part for you, etc., etc.
Yes, thank you for the question. I was kind of expecting that. I am definitely planning to either develop or reuse some existing software for the registrations, and maybe even including the payments, the online payments. There are some options which use other national organizations for their national events. For example, Pretix, which is very popular around the Europe, and I will definitely look into it more if it's suitable for our use too, or if not, I will definitely create some simple website for promotion and registration for the exchange students, so they can sign up a bit better, and there will be also better access from the sections, so they better know who is registered, who paid, and so on.
Thank you. Now a question from Axel.
Axel, ESN CU. So my question is, how do you envision your role in the national board, as you will be the only one staying from the current national board? Like, do you think you will have extra responsibilities?
Can you repeat the last part of the question?
Like, if you think you will have extra responsibilities because of this, or like more responsible for knowledge transfer, for example?
Okay, thank you. I think I can provide some more background to the tasks which happened like during the current mandate to the new board. If there, for example, cannot remember why the decision was made or something like that. But I think, yeah, I think some knowledge like from the current mandate can be helpful, like why the decisions were made and so on.
Okay, now we got a second question from Zuzana Molnárova.
Zuzana Molnárova, alumna of ESN CU. So this question is concerning your NB teamwork in general. There was like the missing network manager agenda, and your NB fellow members took over pretty much more than you. You took over like one and only thing from the agenda, and let's say it could have been better. So how do you evaluate this, and what are you planning to do in your next mandate when you're going to be in the similar position? Because right now we are having no like vice president candidacy for now, right? So.
Okay, thank you for the question. I would say that the network manager agenda is not that close to me, so that would be the reason why I didn't took much part in taking more of the stuff on me. I would say some of the parts of the vice president agenda is a bit closer to me. For example, the national assemblies, or for example, working with the chairing team, as I was a very long time part of the chairing team, might be like interesting part of the agenda to take over. So I would definitely be eager to take some of the responsibilities, which I'm more interested in. But it again depends on how the new board will decide to divide the work of the vice president in case no one is elected.
Okay, now we get a question from Julian.
Julian, yes, in Switzerland. Talking about GDPR, is improving the state of data regulation all around the ESN Czech network something you envision approaching during your new mandate, now that you have maybe more experience?
Okay, thank you for the question. Definitely improving the GDPR compliance is something we should all focus on. It's still a big topic. And I would definitely try to work with the sections to look into how they implement some of the stuff in their own systems for, I don't know, body matching, event registrations and stuff like that. And if they have some policies, how to remove the data or so on. So yes, I would definitely try to be in contact with the sections and get the knowledge how it works, and maybe help them or provide them some information how it should work.
Okay, before the next question, I propose to close the speakers list. Okay, there is one objection. Okay, so you got one question, Trema? Okay, so after Trema writes his question, after that we are going to close the speakers list. So, yes. Now, floor is yours.
Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ, asking on behalf of Adels Mejkalova, ESN International. It was mentioned by you in the online question round that the WPA agenda is not so extensive or time demanding. I dare to disagree. The statement is quite a downgrade of the position itself. The position is crucial, and we saw this year what happens in the network if things start collapsing or being hacked. How do you plan to improve this?
Sorry, can you repeat like the second part of the question?
The position is crucial, and we saw this year what happens in the network if things start collapsing or being hacked. How do you plan to improve this?
That will definitely be hopefully resolved by migrating to the newest software, both on the server and also the websites to the Satellite 5. So using the latest software with the latest like security updates and security patches is definitely one of the way to mitigate this issue.
Second question from Adel. Oh, okay, reaction.
So you stand by the statement that WPA agenda is not extensive or time demanding?
Depends like how much work needs to be done. Right now I would say with the new Satellite 5 and the updating of all the servers, it would be much more demanding. But like for example, if you compare like the tasks mentioned in the standing order of the national board, like you can clearly see that the responsibilities by this standing order are not as extensive as for the other members. But definitely, I think that the WPA is important because like safety of our data is definitely like very important. One more addition, like it depends, like if everything works, then like the WPA doesn't have that much work with the IT stuff, but if something breaks, then of course there is more work to do.
Okay, reaction?
Do you feel like everything works in IT and ESN CZ?
There are definitely some bugs and some issues, for example, with the event registration system. And yes, I will look into it more. I actually tried to look into it, but I was not able to resolve it yet.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Adel?
Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ, asking on behalf of Adel Smejkalova, International Board. Being in the national board requires great presentation and communication skills. Based on the international feedback, we see space for improvement here. How has the mandate helped you to grow in these fields, and how do you plan to continue working on yourself?
I have no idea about any feedback such like that. I haven't received anything, but I feel that I am much more open to talk with like new people during all the events and to the sections, and I definitely work on it. I know my communication skills sometimes, or like willingness to communicate might not be the best. Sometimes I prefer to just have a little time for myself, but being in ESN in general like helped me a lot to be much more proactive and much more like extroverted.
Okay, now we got a question from Tete.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Teresa Karlecová, ESN alumni. What still drives you to be as active as you are in ESN?
Thank you for the question. I think it's mostly the people here in the network and their like enthusiasm into the network, and their basically all the people around me in ESN.
All right, now a question from Luboš.
Hello. So my question is, if you think you can plan and create some software or any like plan how to handle GDPR in national board or in local sections, because I don't think the sections are ready for it. So probably you, with your more knowledge, can help with it.
Okay, so there is actually already some guidelines and some tutorials from the international level. They are on the ESN wiki. I will definitely mention it both in the community meeting with the IT, and I will probably send it to the by email to the local boards, because there is already work done by the international board in international ITCom about this. So there are some guidelines and decisions.
Okay, now we got a question from Přemysl Pilař.
Přemysl Pilař, ESN CZ. How would you compare your workload to the other members of the current NB, and which shared task have you tackled?
I think part of it was already mentioned in the candidacy. I definitely worked less than other members. For example, you worked a lot in the national board, so I definitely work much less than you. And which shared task have I tackled on? I have worked on the CEP delegation with you, and also on the newbies event last semester, for example.
Okay. Now a question from Petra Papulakova.
Petra Papulakova, ESN CU. You were quite brief at your online question round with the answers, so I would like to follow up. Why do you think there were so many, few questions about your ego, receiving feedback, characteristic of being a good MB member? Any thoughts?
I think some people just didn't know me that well, or they just met me once when I don't know, for example, I had not that great time, so maybe they are just judging me by not overall experience, but just one experience they had with me. So maybe that, but no one actually approached me personally about any problems, so I have no idea which parts of myself I should work on more. So if anyone has anything, please approach me. I'm open.
Okay. Now a question from Tomáš Hajček.
Hajček, ESN VSC Prague. I asked you the same question in our question round, but we didn't understand each other properly. So therefore, I would like to. Sorry. Okay. Like this. Good.
I think better. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. And so, as we see, for example, there are not that many IT guys, let's say, and if they don't want to do it in their free time. And we have, so for example, now in the Czech Republic, we have Fiesta and we have Artemis, which has won the ESN Awards prize recently. So do you think there is a possibility to create working groups or IT community? They would work on these systems to create them or to improve them to become one really good system that could all network, could adopt? And if so, how would you plan it?
I think that was mostly covered in the question round, so I will be very brief again. I don't think creating a new general system which would cover everything is a good idea, because many times in the past when anywhere in the world someone attempted this, they just ended up with one extra system they had to manage and work with, because it's very difficult to push the sections to use something if they don't completely believe in it. But of course, if it would be a joint effort of all the sections to create that system, then it might be easier to actually migrate to that one. So if all the sections or majority of the sections are willing to kind of participate, at least not by the developing, but for example providing the feedback, then it is definitely a possibility to create it. Maybe reuse or improve or merge the existing softwares which we have, for example Fiesta and Artemis, kind of together, or choosing one of them or whatever would be preferred solution.
Okay.
I just have a reaction. I think we had a great presentation in the morning from Quanti, so maybe we can partner on developing something with them, maybe.
That's actually a nice idea. I have no idea how it will work, but thank you for the input.
Okay, and now the last question from Přemysl Pilař.
Covered.
Covered, okay. Okay, so Philip, thank you so much for your presentation. You can sit down. Okay. All right, guys, before we proceed with another point on the agenda, I have one proposal. Due to the delays, we need to change agenda a bit. We need to take ESN projects, and we are going to have it tomorrow after the election results. Because otherwise the OC program would be really tight and you wouldn't enjoy it at all, and you as the non-section representative, we are supposed to create the section markets and everything. So due to these reasons we have decided to move the ESN projects to Sunday. Are there any objections? No. Therefore, thank you. The agenda is approved. Does OC have an announcement? Okay, let's have a quick announcement from the OC.
In the mic or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for giving me the word. I will just read this message so you know about it. We would like to ask all section representatives to meet in room 217, Sweden, after the plenaries to discuss upcoming elections with the National Board. For the rest of you, we would like to ask you to bring all the promo materials, food and decorations for the international dinner and section market directly to Mensa, where the lunch was served. Things given to the OC are already on spot, so we believe you can start with the preparations in Mensa. The international dinner and section market starts around after the plenaries. Remember to take your decorations for the after party as well. Face paint, special outfit, flag of the country you are from, or you've been to Erasmus. Thank you.
So that's... So thank you so much. That concludes today's plenary. So section representatives, please go to the Sweden, and the rest, please prepare the section market.
Thank you to the people on the stream. Have a nice day.